Hello, check. session. We call this session ISC Young Criminologist Award. Formerly it was called by Open Scientific Session for ISC Best Research Paper. So we have three eminent judges to judge this session. I request the judges to take up the seats. I request Professor Purvi Pokhriyal from NFSU, National Forensic Science University. Madam, please, you're welcome. So we have other judge, Professor M. Srinivasan, Head Department of Criminology, University of Madras. Sir, please. I request Professor Dr. R. N. Mangoli, Chairman and Director, Department of Criminology and Criminal Justice, Rani Chennamma University, Karnataka. I request Professor Arvind Tiwari to give a brief note on the Young Criminologist Award. Sir.
Good morning to you all, respected my Guru, Professor Khan sir, and all colleagues and dear students. It is a pleasure to just briefly, because Dr. Omar has given me the timeline for not more than 1 or 2 minutes, because we are running short of time. So, you know, this open scientific session earlier was supposed to encourage the young people, those who are doing research in different fields of criminology, criminal justice, social work, social sciences, and allied subjects. And later on, last year, our Guru, Professor M.Z. Khan sir, has given endowment to the ISC. And he said that since I have served the ISC for around 50 years, and Khan sir is pleased to give the endowment to ISC, and therefore this award is renamed as the ISC Young Criminologist Award. So this is a matter of pride for us, and thank you very much, sir, for encouraging the young criminologist. So I would like to say that on behalf of all colleagues and ISC, we are really thankful to Professor Khan sir for encouraging the young criminologist. Now I request sir to please come and encourage the young scholars, those who are presenting the papers. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Professor Arvind Tiwari. First of all, I would like to say that probably you are giving me more light than I deserve. Well, criminology has been in this country since 1936. A book was published by one of the names which you often come across in our award list, Hackerwal. B.S. Hackerwal. He worked for his PhD on crime in India way back in 1936. So from 1936 to 2022, we have covered a large distance. But as criminology teacher, student, I strongly feel that much has been done, but much needs to be done. And it is from this perspective I look with great hope and ambition towards our young generation of academicians, whether they are in criminology or law or anthropology or sociology or whatever science they are there. You know, crime overlaps with almost everything. So young criminologist is not restricted to criminology students. If you look into the brochure which has been published by Honorary Secretary, ISC, it doesn't say anything about discipline. Whatever your discipline, but if your subject happens to be criminology or overlaps with criminology, you are eligible for this award. Well, again, I do hope that in the years to come, my hopes and my vision would be materialized by you people, by you young people, by you young criminologists. Best of luck. Thank you.
So judges, now the floor is yours. Choice. Then you go by the order.
Good morning to all the presenters here. Cheats have been kept on the table. You have to come and pick one, and accordingly you have to proceed. Okay? Yeah. Sports. So can I call all of them at once? Yeah. There are totally 6 cheats. I request all the presenters to please come and pick the cheats.
Am I supposed to write my university name as well? Urjita Mukherjee. ARGL.
So now I request Mr. Sajid Salim Muhammad to come over and present your papers. Yeah? Parameters. Huh? Yeah.
Earlier evaluation which was done and now how the panel is going to.
There are 5 parameters actually, which is mentioned in that table. Content of your paper, presentation and expression of delivery of your talk, and appropriateness of the statistical applications tools, suggestions or outcome of the findings in the resultant discussion, study usefulness to the society or how your outcome of the research will be helpful in the policy making. So these are the important parameters. And everyone will be given 15 minutes, 10, total 10 minutes presentation. And after that, judges will ask certain questions based on your presentation. Then the floor will be open to the audience for 2 to 3 minutes. That's it. Hope that it is clear now. All the best to all the presenters.
With your permission, my judges. Good morning. Am I audible? Good morning. I'm here to present a paper on an analysis of employment opportunities for young adult offenders post-release. Utopia in correctional setting is a series of studies that I've undertaken. So this is study 2 under the study. Before I move on with the study, I like to set the premise of why talking about employment opportunities for young adult offenders or criminals in general is important. Financial independence is an important ingredient for a successful repatriation from jail back into the society. So no matter under what circumstances you became a victim, I consider criminals victims of their circumstances or victims of secondary victimization. So it's very important to talk of financial independence because also Maslow's need of hierarchy talks that if you want to really understand yourself or you want to make that journey of self-discovery, there should be few parameters that should be fulfilled, and out of those are financial security. And getting financial independence, having a job is one easy way to get financial independence. Also, this study is based in Delhi, so if you go... Yeah, so in Delhi, if you go for a job, you're supposed to submit a police clearance certificate. And if you have a past criminal record, it's obvious that the employer might have some resistance before roping you in for a job. And all right, so addiction, there was this study, Honorable Supreme Court had ordered the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment in 2016 for a study to assess the usage of drugs among children. And in 2022, it was just previous week that the results came out, and it showed that 1.9 crore individuals in the age bracket of 11 to 19 are addicted to drugs. And the population of Calcutta is less than 1.9 crores. Yeah. All right. So this study is based in Central Jail 5, Tihad Ashram. So Central Jail 5 is a particular peculiar prison because it only accommodates young adult offenders aged 18 to 21. And as I said, Utopia in correctional setting is a series of studies that I've undertaken. This is the study 2. What I've done in this study is, actually there was a school inside the prison, Better Life Prison School. I was a part of that school. So we used to conduct educational sessions, and all of those individuals who came into this session, I kind of formed rapport with them, and over the years, relationship with them resulted in this study. So there are 3 parameters or 3 ways that I've done this study. One is what employment opportunities they had before being imprisoned, and what upskilling programs or what employment gaining skills they gained while inside prison, and what happened after 60 days post-release. 60 days was just a random number. All right, so just that my research doesn't go haywire, I had 2 research questions on what prior experience is the individual assured work post-release from prison, and what variables affect whether former inmates obtain employment following their release. These are the 2 research questions that I'll try and answer in this research. All right, so the sample space for this research is 114. So 114 young adult offenders were part of this study. The median age of them is 20. We've got 75% people belonging to Delhi, and we've also got migrants who from the neighboring states migrate into Delhi for need of better job or better life. And education, so Delhi boasts of having a very good public schooling. But then there's this another thing that people don't talk about is, till 8th standard, the school is supposed to pass irrespective of how your performance is. And as soon as the kid reaches 9th standard, just because of their inability to focus or maybe continue, they drop out of school. So most of the inmates in school who had a history of schooling dropped out after 9th standard. That's nearly 13, 14 years of experience in school. And again, heavy usage of drugs is also clear. There was this another study by DCPCR which said that 100%, I repeat, 100% of juveniles are addicts. And this study also says that 34% of the individuals that I interviewed had a history of being inside juvenile setting. Yeah, so the first age of arrest median was 16, and 34% has served inside the prison. All right, so this is what the individual's employment experience were before being imprisoned. So 68% had worked 6 months preceding their imprisonment. 70% had held a job for at least 1 year prior to entering prison, and the median monthly wage was 15,000 rupees. And the most of the jobs that the individuals were involved was in construction, plumbing, automobile, carpentry, and food services. So I'll try and answer the first research question, that what are the employment experience. So once while I was in the school, I randomly shot this question, and I asked these kids that if there was money was not a thing in this world, what would you like doing? So what I realized was the inmates, they cannot think beyond what they usually do. So what employment they had before being imprisoned is what they would like doing after post-release. So yeah, so the first research question is the people, experiences they had gained before being imprisoned is what they would like continuing. They would not like upskilling themselves or trying any other thing. They like being in their own comfort zones. All right, so Central Jail 5, just because it's a model prison, so Tihar has good opportunities for upskilling. So 53% reported held a job during their imprisonment. So there are 3 types of unskilled, skilled, and semi-skilled jobs inside the prison. 65% also work to learn new skills through education. I'll also be explaining what the limitations of the study are as I go on. I'd like to focus on new skills in the next slide. 32% participated in educational programs. So Tihar has both formal and non-formal forms of education. All right, so as you can see, this is the red is the available and blue is the participation. It's the in-prison availability and participation rates of employment-relevant programs. All right, life skills is okay. I was part of the life skills education program. Vocational also is okay. There were these other NGOs which we could, like civil society organization and human rights defenders, who used to come and impart vocational training. And education is formal and informal. What I'd like to focus is on the job training. So we don't consider the inmates as, we just consider them as labor. So they are just put in silai kadai, stitching and making shoe. We actually demean the labor that they are. We don't focus on their upskilling. I think there should be more, like we should maybe use them for, there are a lot of opportunities in electronics. So maybe we can impart skills that'll help them get a job in the electronic sector, mobile repairing, laptop repairing, all of those kind. Yeah, so this is what the study was, 60 days post-release. Okay, so what were the strategies that were used to find the job? They had newspaper ads is like paper and pamphlets that they find. So Delhi has a habit of posting job requirements on walls, public walls. So they used to contact and try for jobs. There were times when they walked in and applied, help ad, wanted ads, former employers. So again, the interpersonal relationship with the former employees was the reason that they continued in the job that they were before being imprisoned. Okay, so sources of income 2 months after release. Again, the success of finding employment is very poor. So according to this study, it's only 13% people who get out of prison find legal forms of employment. Family and friends, they have a habit of money mismanagement. So they have a habit of taking debt from people, and family and friends are one source of having money for them. All right. So yeah, this is the second research question that I've tried to answer. So it was, what variables will result in identifying predictors for employment success? Okay. So who have had a history of working before imprisonment, that's to be precise 6 months before imprisonment, had been employed for longer period of time, had held a job inside the prison, had a job lined up before release. You've got worried parents who, just to cut them away from the criminal ties, help the individuals get job. Had a photo ID, Aadhaar card, so that's very important. Had a strong interpersonal relationship and attachment to the family. So people who have these variables, these points, were observed to have a high rate of success of employment, high rate. And then people who have a history of drug use, had a chronic physical health condition, and had mental health conditions, were observed to have less success rate of employment. So this is what the second research question is. Okay, so what is the way forward? So this is a DO letter written by Superintendent of Prison of the police headquarters to all the, so Tihar has 16 central jails. 10 is in Janakpuri, 11th is in Rohini, and then we have got 5 more in that have been newly established. So I'll just like to read the first para. So this is, in 2017, the then DG Prisons had decided to set up an employment exchange programs where people who are interested post-release, they can submit their details to the prison headquarters training division, and then they'll try and patch up with Delhi government and yeah, so that's what the proposal was. I'll just read the first para. All right, time is out? Oh, okay. All right, so maybe, yeah. So this is what happened. So that didn't happen because in our country, we only mend things if it's broken. But then again, Telangana prisons did this wonderful job. And see what happened if the state focuses on employment opportunities for individuals post-release. So Dr. Vinay Kumar Singh, he was a DG prisons. But then it's very funny to note that, do you know what we did of Vinay Kumar Singh? After this 30,000 people were the solution for better rehabilitation. We transferred him and we posted him as a commissioner of stationery and printing because I think this country should set standards of how we treat sincere officers. He took VRS and he doesn't want to serve the government anymore. Okay, so in conclusion, what I'd like to say is, see, this study I did because I was interested. The idea should always flow from it should trickle down. The idea should come from the top, not from the bottom. So, yeah, thank you.
So what was the statement of your problem? What is the problem statement of your study?
Is there a...
You were moving here and there,
Yeah,
jumping from one point to other point.
Yes,
So what is actually you were researching on?
Like, what are the variables that if we focus on will help the individuals get better jobs when they...
Research problem, a straight problem. The problem that you have examined, I investigated,
Yeah, identifying the variables that'll help in successful rehabilitation of the prisoners.
Why this not the title of your talk?
Because I think there are other
Makes
things.
sense. What is this employment opportunities? What is this title making sense?
Employment opportunities is what I mean by variables.
And I have a couple of questions.
All right.
One, you call this as longitudinal study. You call this as a longitudinal study. So did you interview the respondents at 2 different time periods?
Yeah, so this was three time-based interview. One was when they were imprisoned, one when they were doing job inside the prison, and one 60 days post-release.
So, but those things are not reflected in the results.
Graph-wise, sir, I've actually...
Okay. Second is about, then you could have gone for some application of some better statistics, restricted yourself only with the simple frequency and percentage. In order to, in fact, you want to establish there's a difference over a period of time. So that's the purpose of conducting longitudinal studies. Probably okay.
All right.
And another appears to be simple, but as a researcher, it should be very much part of your paper. Like citation style, you have not followed any uniform style.
All right.
What style you have followed?
I tried following APA, but then...
Okay, but it is not APS style. Okay, fine.
Thank you.
So, one very specific question to Sajid, no?
Yes, yes.
What research methodology you have adopted? You
I
are
think
not,
I'd like
you are
to-
not, told, and you have selected about 114 young adults. That you have not mentioned that which method you adopted, whether it is a probability, non-probability.
I think I'd like to call this study explorative.
No, you can't think. It's a research. You can't think and tell.
All right, so I'd
You
like
have
to
to tell
call
me very specifically.
this is exploratory descriptive research, sir.
No, that is not there. What methodology you adopted while
Interview.
while you are selecting the samples? I am asking.
They were randomly sampled. I said, sir, they were part of my class. So I formed repo and 114 individuals over the course of time.
No, now you
were
can't,
interviewed.
you can't say, but you have to mention in this paper. You have not mentioned. That's what I'm telling.
All right.
Okay. Now it's open for the audience to raise question.
Any linkage with skill development ministry? You are sitting in Delhi and you have a whole ministry of skill development. Are there any skill development program being implemented?
All right. So MS.
Are they?
So there was this.
One.
Yes, sir.
Second, I'd like to cite the example of Maharashtra. Professor Arvind Tiwari will be able to give you more details. They have linked their work program in central jails with polytechnic and ITIs. Has any attempt been made in, besides your paper, any attempt been made in Tihar? You know, Tihar has output of nearly 12 crores per year. So, have they tried these models, what we have in Jagoda jail, Pune, or in Maharashtra? Your response?
Yeah. So, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, PMKVY is one program. So, jail number 5, Tihar has 17 programs which focus on skill development, gems and jewelry, and then we've got plumbing, carpentry. Yeah, so plumbing, but then I don't think those are skill development. Those are just there because we have to satisfy someone on paper. You have no assessment, there are no like literal dedicated efforts to upskill them. So it's people who want to join the skilling, they are joined. I think there should be assessment. People should be subjected to what jobs they like. There should be career guidance. Yes.
How about linkage with polytechnics and ITIs?
That I would love two things. No, there are no such things in Central Jail 5, Tihar, sir. But then you haven't, not in Tihar Jail, sir.
I have a question.
Yes.
You know, every prison manual is having the provision pre-release operation
Yes.
by the jail authority.
Yes.
You have spoken post-release.
Yes. Yes.
Have you examined this perspective? Any work is being done by the jail authority? Because prior to 6 months,
All right.
release of the prisoner,
Yes, sir.
jail authority should contact with the social welfare department and the
True,
government
true,
departments
true. Yes, sir.
for proper rehabilitation. So, have you looked into this? Are you aware of this, that there
I
is any
am-
provision in the jail
Yeah,
manual?
so Delhi government through DSSSB has recently appointed 16 probation officers, and it's their job actually
No,
to.
no, I'm not asking that. What kind of work they have done in pre-release preparation?
The government, the
Have you
state,
took that record?
the state, sir.
No, no, Tihar jail.
Yeah, the state.
Tihar jail administration.
I don't think, sir. I don't think the. So that's what I
No,
said.
don't
We
look into that.
only. But I'm not aware. I don't know because it's been 2 years that.
Right, right. Okay.
All right. Thank
Can I?
Sure.
Last question, please.
I just, you made a very profound statement at the beginning. You said victims, the prisoners are victims of the system. So I'm
Unfortunate
curious to know
circumstances.
your justification for that statement.
All right, so secondary victimization is what I'd like to talk on. So if some inmate comes in contact with an educational program, upskilling program, and he's all prepared and we send him out of the prison and to make a good re-entry into the society, and if he goes and if someone from the neighbor or even if his father scoffs at him, he'll think that why did I waste my energy on all of these things and upskilling myself? I would have rather went into my older gang where I would have been loved and given all the respect and attention that I got. So secondary, there are comments that are literally things that their families and society talk about, which will make them think, which will actually, they're part of secondary victimization, man. So.
Talk about prisoners in respect to the employment opportunities. You need to be specific because you said all prisoners. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Application of AI. So may I start? Good morning, everyone. My topic of presentation is application of AI for addressing human trafficking from the human rights perspective. The paper is going to be on my subject of PhD thesis only. So it is one of the crux which I have done. So I have analysis that how AI can be used while human trafficking, and if it is used, what are the limitations is there. First of all, we know that human trafficking is not a single crime, it is a bundle of crime, and we have a lot of definition from IPC to United Nations Convention. Recently, in 2017 onwards, the United States of America have used this Amazon recognition, which is a computer vision program for cases relating to human trafficking. And this is a software which has been created specifically for instrumentation of arrest of 2019 and prosecution of the traffickers. Now, we know about AI and the ability of the computer system and computer robots. But with it, there are some limitations also which comes. Because according to the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, we have some principles of dignity, fairness, and liberty of equality. And there are lots of researchers coming on, but the research is based on only from the perspective of that sex trafficking or child trafficking, but not from the perspective of labor trafficking or other form of trafficking. So the human rights approach of that people-centric approach should be taken into consideration while giving with this such kind of research. My paper would be on the basis of two districts which I have covered while doing my research. One is North Chব্বিশ Pরগনা and South Chব্বিশ Pরগনা, which is bordering with Bangladesh. As a West Bengal, we have border with Bangladesh, and in these border areas, we have victims of trafficking. Now, the research methodology which I have adopted is the qualitative approach to used as an investigation technique in analysis. The primary data I have collected from North Chব্বিশ Pরগনা district and South Chব্বিশ Pরগনা bordering with Bangladesh. The research I have conducted in form of discussion between the researcher and the respondent, and I have used the purposive sampling method, which is non-probability sampling, for my investigation. My research objective is to understand the trends and pattern of trafficking and the structural phenomena which exist, and how that perpetuates the phenomena further. The researcher has also tried to analyze the study of increase of trafficking in the movement of West Bengal, the purpose of the nature of trafficking, and how that AI to be used in eradicating of human trafficking. My research questions are push factors which are there for child trafficking, because it has been 2017 or before 2016 also, 14, 15, West Bengal has been in the top-notch states on human trafficking. So, are the laws sufficient for danger of trafficking and other form of deprivation which are associated with this child trafficking? How far the HTU is working in these districts? And are the legal measures which we have, because the legal measures are there, but the fast developing technologies are also coming up, and the new tactics or methods are happening. Now, if we use that human rights based approach in combating human trafficking, the first and foremost part is the privacy. So privacy is one of the core area which we have to look while doing the AI used for human trafficking. Another one is the fairness and non-discriminations. Then this technology is used or has been done by some humans, and that control of technology has to be there. Now, who is going to for the professional responsibility of this use of AI? Who will be the accountable in using of AI in this method? And the safety and security measures. Next, the NCRB data, you can see that since 2016 to 2019, so this is the NCRB data which we have for India and West Bengal. In West Bengal, 172 cases reported 2 times in 2018 and 2019, because government of West Bengal has not given that data. So they have merged that data in 2019 also. Now, so in since 2016, there is a less number of cases has been reported. Okay. Now, this is the profile of the survivors of the 2 districts. Mainly the profile of the survivors, the sex workers are 85% mainly. Child labor 12% in North Chব্বিশ Pরগনা, and dance bar. Sometimes the dance bar also has been trafficked, so it is only 2.8%, 2%. And in South Chব্বিশ Pরগনা, there are 2 main categories: it is sex workers and another is child labor. Now coming to the profile of the survivors, those who are there, mainly the Muslim populations has been trafficked, which I have interviewed. So 67% says about that main number of Muslim persons has been trafficked. Now coming to the education background of the survivors, mainly they have only passed the primary education system. Only less number of people after getting rehabilitated, they have entered into the higher education and the college system. Now coming to the findings of my research. First, the main focus of push factor is poverty. So poverty and lack of livelihood are there in these two districts mainly. Now, which I have gone through that due to the salinity, lack of more number of salinity in the agricultural field, there is a lack of livelihood because the agricultural occupation is only the one of the main area where they work. So that's why the less number of agriculture is happening, poverty is rising, so that's why they are moving towards migration is happening, or somehow they are born into the trafficking zone. Now, deterrent effect, whether the laws are deterrent, so 25%, 24% says about that they doesn't know that whether it is an effect or not. Many have said that there is a change of law is required. And H2, how far the H2 is working, only 71% says that they are not aware that whether H2 are there in this district or not. Now, the next question which comes that whether the legal measures which we have and that fast developing technology which are being recruited by the recruiters, we are coping up with it or not. The data says that there is a requirement of laws and there is a requirement of different laws for coming up with this technology, because the traffickers also use technology. For an example, WhatsApp and Facebook are one of the most prominent things which are used for luring the teenagers. And especially the United Nations in the year 2019 also has said that technology is enabling trafficking in South Asian region. My limitations of my research: as a research community has developed, the sex trafficking, particularly child sex trafficking, has been into the focus, but labor trafficking has not been the focus in based on my literature review and all those things. Next, researcher needs to ensure that the survivor not further exploited by the research progress. One of the things which I have observed while doing my research in these districts, because there are a lot of networks among the NGOs. So if we go to the survivor, you cannot go and find the survivors. You have to go to the NGOs, and the NGOs, they rehabilitate or they have their network. So sometimes for their own benefit also the survivor has to come because they are calling, the NGOs are calling. So that's why this kind of exploitative, or maybe sometimes they doesn't want but they have to come because that NGO has helped her some point of time in their life. Next, there is a lack of best practice in harm prevention also, because we don't have that kind of policies. Now, the lack of standardized practice including ethical discussion in academic work, because we all know that for the police personnel we have standard of practice, SOP. Now, in use of AI, if you use it, then there is a issues of ethical issues also, and there is a lack of, if you use, there is a lack of ethical issues and there is no law and how to prevent it. My conclusion would be that India has a commitment to protect its children from women and traffickers, and anti-human trafficking effort should be there with the use of AI, but there should be an accountability also, because privacy should be protected not only from the victim side but also those who are prospective offender. They should have also that kind of privacy. Next, compensation mechanism is not going to the survivors. There is a huge gap. Although we have laws, we have our state laws also, but there are, if we do another part of research, we will find that there are a lot of survivors, they doesn't get the compensation in timely manner. So there are various judgment also by the Calcutta High Court. So if we make a framework, that one solution to that, as a web portal where the survivor could go and click on the compensation mechanism, that it could be a further better. But the mechanism says that you have to further go to the DLSA, and the DLSA will go to the SALSA, and all those things are there. Next, it is not the regional problem which we are facing, because we have a commitment of SDG, the Sustainable Development Goal, and the Sustainable Development Goal is not only about the how to India make a grow and more fine enough, but we have to focus in the ground level while eradication our trafficking phenomena. Thank you.
So again, the same question.
Yes.
What you are trying to address?
Ma'am, I am trying to address that if we use that AI, it will be good enough, but at the same point of time,
So if whenever we are trying to address something, we need to have a problem. So when you are trying to talk about effective handling of the human trafficking issues through AI intervention, you need to understand what are the existing problems that you need to plug in with the AI intervention. So what are those issues?
ma'am, the issues are, for an example, AI is not used in India for human trafficking issues right now.
Understood. But what you are trying to address through AI, what are the issues?
Issues are mainly that human trafficking can be more prevented by the use of AI if we use it in a holistic manner.
You said in one of your research questions that successful, you need to understand, suggest that how anti-human trafficking units are successful.
Yes.
There's some this kind of a research questions that you frame. What are the performance indicators in order to define the success? How many anti-human trafficking unit is working in West Bengal?
Each and every district we have.
No. Anti-human trafficking unit is established. How many ATUT is being established in West Bengal?
In each district we have.
That's a scheme. How many of them are operative in West Bengal?
Yes, ma'am. The north, south, and Murshidabad, which the 3 districts I have chosen. So in 2 districts.
No, total West Bengal, I'm asking.
Total West Bengal, I don't know. I have only concentrated into 2
That's what
districts.
my problem is. When you are trying to talk about effective handling of the human trafficking issues with AI intervention, what are the larger issues of human trafficking? What is Section 370A of IPC? Who can be the complainant under 370A? Are you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Who can be the complainant?
Ma'am, it can be a victim's family, or the NGOs, those who are coming, or even the police officers, if they have that kind of.
370A, I'm asking, after the Criminal Law Amendment Act of 2013.
Yes, ma'am.
Who can be the complainant?
Ma'am, the complaint can be of the family of the victims, or the police personnel themselves, or the personals, those who are working. Maybe if the paramilitary force, if they have that kind of information that the trafficking is happening, and they can also complain about that thing.
Okay, I have just a few questions. One is about, you have not explained about how many discussions, you say like it's a qualitative research.
Yes.
And you have collected data through focus group discussions.
Yes, ma'am.
And you have not explained about the number of focus group discussions.
Oh,
Let you complete, you can answer together. And how did you record those discussions? How did you document it? And you have given some
Data.
frequency and percentage, but I don't think it matches with that. We need to know like about the focus group discussion, the method of conducting the discussions. I want one about that. And second, also when you talked about the limitations and conclusions. Limitations of your research, you have not explained limitations of your research. You have explained about what is happening in India. That is not my concern or your concern. So that can be talked in a general forum. Your research, what are the limitations of your particular research, okay? And second is conclusions also should always be based on your study. Based on the findings and based on the experiences only you can conclude. You cannot make generalized conclusions. In fact, as Madam rightly asked, you are trying to infer like how AI may help you to advance it actually. But you have not addressed it, you have not investigated the problem. Am I correct? These are 3 questions.
Sir, first one, the survivors, I have interviewed 75 survivors in 2 total districts. And there are a lot of other stakeholders which I have concluded. For an example, starting from police personnels, those who are working in H2 and also in the CWPO, and advocates, those who are in the prosecution sides, those who are working for the human trafficking cases, and NGOs, and also some judicial officers I have interviewed. So the statistics which I have shown, the north and south, it is the only for the survivors, not from the prosecution or the police side.
The questions also.
Yeah, please answer other questions.
Sir, I think that yes, sir, you have rightly pointed out that the conclusion part I should have included that the researcher findings, but it is part of my mistake. I agree with that. Because I have my research findings, but in my presentation I have not. But it's my demerits.
Mr. Ghosh, I am also seeing that there is a very much mismatch that what you are presenting through PPT and it is not there in your paper. And for example, that you explained about the research questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you show me that?
No. That is also not. I have not
Yes.
included this thing.
That is there, and I fully agree with Professor Puri ma'am and sir that you are not correctly followed the research methods, which is the crux of this scientific session.
Sir, when I have submitted this paper, I was taught that I should have included, but later on, this is my research which I have worked for many years, for last 1 year. So that is my crux. So if permits the ISC, then I should include my findings to this paper also.
Now the audience, the floor is open for audience.
Short questions. Yes, sir.
The tool for data collection is FGD. Is it with all police officers and everybody? You conducted FGDs, as Professor Srinivasan is asking. So FGD, do you know how to conduct? And
No, sir. I have not.
I mean, case study would have been done with the victims. Likewise, a qualitative if you are going. And you are saying FGD only for all stakeholders.
No, not FGD.
Huh.
I have not done the focus interview to all. I have only focus interview to the our survivors. But whenever I
About police officers and others,
whenever I have approached the police
which
office,
tool you have used for that?
the tool I have is the questionnaire method. The question.
Questionnaire
Yes, sir.
or interview schedule?
No, interview schedule. Sorry, interview.
Actually, I am a little confused here. You have used many tools, fine, good. Some of them are qualitative. If you use questionnaire, then it becomes quantitative, most probably. And where does artificial intelligence fit into this scheme of things? Huh?
It is my analysis that one of the research questions says about that the technology is used and they are increasing. So AI can be used for eradication.
In your reasons for trafficking, you told one is lack of agricultural land and poverty, right? But lack of agricultural land, you told that they are migrating. Do you consider migration as trafficking?
No. My point of question is that if you visit the North and South Chorish Pargana, many of the people resides there and they have the basic of agricultural land. Either they are working for others or they have their own small lands. So for the last 10 to 15 years in South Chorish Pargana, we have Sundarban. So the sea level is rising. So due to the sea level rise in this area, the salinity is increasing. The common people doesn't know that climate change and all those things. They only says that lack of livelihood. We don't have work. We have to go somewhere else. But while in the process that they are finding some works in some places, so they comes into the contact or somehow the potential traffickers, they are the victims of traffickers. So that is my one of the.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to know that like you have displayed in your findings about the push factors. So did you give them a single option or multiple?
No, multiple options.
Okay, but like you have given it in terms of percentage, so that is why it should be in the
So
number of
percentage in the
responses.
sense the number of respondent I have given. So I have analysis on that part.
Yeah,
So
and because the theory talks about push and pull factors,
Yes.
so I think you have only included the push.
no, pull factor is also there. I have not in. Yes, sir.
touched what are the pull factors, particularly with respect to people coming from Bangladesh to this country or from Nepal to this country. So what are possible push factors and what are possible pull factors?
My idea of research was only from perspective of West Bengal and 3 districts. So they are going outside. So I have not considered the pull factors. So that's why my limitation was that one. Yes, sir. I will include it in further research. I will include that thing. Thank you. Thank you.
Next, serial number 3. Pooja.
Just to give a short introduction, go straight to that. Give a long introduction.
Good morning to my respected professors and my dear colleagues. Myself, Pooja Gupta, a research scholar of Arunachal University of Studies, Namsai, Arunachal Pradesh, a northeastern region of India. Today, I'm here to present a PowerPoint presentation on the topic DNA technology under Indian criminal justice system, its application, need, and criticism. So the main purpose of my study is to inspect the evolution of DNA technology and its utilization, not only in recognizing the offense, but also to punish those lawbreakers. Secondly, to learn the legal efficacy for performing DNA test in the cases which are criminal offense under Article 20 and 21 of the Indian Constitution, and to critically examine the function of magisterial for acknowledging DNA technology in offensive cases in India. So the brief introduction, DNA technology is mainly known for the genetic blueprint of life, which was initially first introduced by the scientists Francis S.C. Crick and James D. Watson in the year 1953. DNA is similar in all the cells all over the body of the human being, and whether it is a sperm cell and a skin cell or body cell. DNA is a powerful investigation tool because no human being in the world have similar DNA except in one identical twins. The role of DNA examination is an offensive evolution while employing extremely advanced scientists apparatus. The next step is DNA examination is comparison to DNA strand separated from the suspect and the DNA sample obtained as evidence from the place of incident to check whether both are matching. If both the samples is matching, then statistical analysis conducted. But if both the samples is not matching, then the subject is dismissed from the consideration. Therefore, to check whether the suspect is innocent or guilty, statistical tools has been analyzed. But in our Indian Constitution, while dealing with the DNA technology, right to privacy has been mentioned under Article 21, and under Article 23, that should not have been to breached. The materials and methods that I have been used is doctrinal method, because without doctrinal study, empirical study is not possible. So the primary and secondary sources are, the primary sources which I have included that are constitutional provision, legislation, reported decision of the courts. And the secondary sources has been used from the textbooks, reference books, journals, legal encyclopedia, digest of cases, official statistics, and internet. Simple statistical tools has been analyzed, such as tabulation and graphical presentation of data. Thus, in order to maintain the soundness of logical proposition, judicial pronouncement has been referred from time to time. Every step has been analyzed under the light of landmark judgments delivered by the Supreme Court and High Courts with reference to legislative rules and enactments. The main application of the DNA technology under Indian criminal justice, the need for the DNA is the sexual assault cases, murder cases, paternity, maternity of the child, mutilated cases, criminal cases, immigration cases. This all case, but in our northeastern India, that is especially in Arunachal Pradesh and Nagaland, there is no high court. They are totally dependent on the Assam High Court. So in the northeastern India is far away from the DNA technology because its science and technology has not been applied in that states, in that regions. Due to heavy rainfalls, landslides, this all science and technology of DNA has not been still analyzed in those areas of northeastern regions. Therefore, our crime has been increasing in a huge manner, increasing because there are maximally murder cases are obtaining in those regions, where but due to lack of DNA technology, that cases are unresolved. The main need of the DNA technology is that it helps to solve both the criminal and civil cases in India. But the northeastern region is still backward in all those cases to solve it. The limitations are in the criminal justice system, there is a massive positive effect of arsenic DNA profiling, but its worship is not proven. Coincidence can occur in random probability. There is more risk of mistakes in low levels of DNA in mixtures, as they constitute more difficult an explanation. The main criticisms are violation of right to privacy, complicate criminal investigation, biological surveillance, inadequate supporting infrastructure, affecting marginalized section, misuse in caste-based profiling. The judicial approach towards DNA technology has been first taken in the case of Gautam Kunda versus State of West Bengal in the year 1993. In India, this was the first landmark case for DNA technology, where the father has denied about the fatherhood of the child. Therefore, the blood test has been conducted by the Supreme Court to approve the DNA test. And under Section 112 of the Indian Evidence Act, there was no assumption of authority which has proven that by the law as per Supreme Court. And this case was the first landmark case in total India, in entire India, for DNA technology. And the second landmark case is Tamil Nadu, State of Tamil Nadu versus Nalini. This is popularly known as Rajiv Gandhi assassination case. A suicide bomber assassinated Rajiv Gandhi, who was a former PM of India. As it was suicide bomber, the main suspect killed herself, and major proofs were destroyed in the blast. There were problems in identification, as the dead body of the accused and the victims got mixed. To identify body parts of the accused and victims, DNA test was used. DNA proof is the main evidence which helped in this case to separate the body of the accused and victim. And this case was the second landmark case in India, which was occurred in the year 1999. As we can see here in the table, that there is still today, that is 1993 to 2022, there are only 15 landmark cases that was declared by the Supreme Court in the last 15 years. And those states are Delhi, Mumbai, Supreme Court, Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Kolkata, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Punjab and Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Kerala, Chhattisgarh, Assam. And the percentage, we can see that the highest percentage is 46.8 in Delhi, and in Assam 2.1. Therefore, still up to 2022, there are only 15 landmark cases of DNA technology. And in the result, we can see that Nagpur is the highest frequency for the percentage, that is 28.6 for the DNA technology. And the lowest is Madurai. Here, table 1.4 shows that the highest DNA samples traced from the blood, that is 102.4% and 9.8 cases of blood sample and bone. And in case of hair and teeth, 9.6% cases decided. Therefore, 1.5 table 1.5 shows that 132 current cases of the complainant was state, where the crucial proofs was DNA, and the part of the police as complainant is only 4.2%. Therefore, a discussion is going on. Therefore, a serious discussion is going on for the Criminal Procedure Identification Bill 2022, which was passed in the Lok Sabha in the March 28, 2002, in the year 2022. This bill aims to return the Identification of Prisoners Act 1920. Here we can say that the changes in 2020 bill. Biological samples has been used in can be used in case of fingerprints, etc. Thank you.
Madam, you referred 2-3 times in your talk the constitutional provision. What is the text of Article 21 of the Constitution of India?
It's a right to privacy.
Is a right to privacy?
When we go for DNA technology, always there is a right to privacy cases come over.
I am asking what is Article 21 of the Indian Constitution. Please go and refer. Okay. The second, it's not a question for you, I'm just telling. You have been referring criminal identification bill. It is already now an act. Now the rules are also being framed. Huh?
Yes,
so this paper you might have written before few months. At that time it could be bill, but now it's an act and the rules are also there.
Yes, ma'am.
Just one question. You have made a statement that this paper draws on formal and informal ideas.
Yes, sir.
So what are informal ideas?
Informal ideas are those that DNA technology is still backward in the northeastern regions.
So your paper is developed based on, I think if I'm correct, both formal and informal ideas. What do you mean by that? Informal ideas.
Yes, sir.
Which are formal ideas, which are informal ideas?
Formal ideas that in India is still the DNA technology is still taken place in prevalence, but in other places like northeastern India, there is not in use. The DNA technology is totally unused.
But also similarly, like you talked about classified primary sources and secondary sources.
Yes, sir.
Constitution, you consider that as a primary source, whereas official statistics, you consider that as a secondary source.
Yes, sir.
Who was advised you, or how did you do this classification?
This
Primary and secondary source. Okay. I don't think that it has any meaning. And similarly, like at the end, when you made a statement that there is some kind of relationship between either increase or decrease in crime and the lack of use of DNA technology.
Yes, sir.
Is it true, or how do you say that? How do you
Yes, sir,
substantiate?
it's totally increasing because crime is totally increasing.
Oh, that
And
the increase or decrease of crime may be influenced by a number of factors.
yes, sir.
How do you relate?
Because if
How do you establish,
is the proper setup, it will be set up in the.
But I told you, like, crime is the result of several factors, a number of factors.
Yes, sir.
So you cannot just make a statement that whether in some place they used technology as a result of that, crimes have come down.
Okay, sir, I will change it.
Okay, no, that
Because
is
it
I
is,
think that's a
yes,
conclusion
sir.
if I'm correct actually.
Because
And,
this this DNA technology
we
is
cannot
one of the
afford to
chapter.
make such generalized statements unless you can, if possible, you can substantiate or try to establish that. And also that may be followed for by all the research scholars also. Citation style, most of you, because it's going to be a scientific paper.
Yes, sir, it's blue book.
Citation, there's no uniformity in the citation style.
Okay, sir.
I think you should follow some style,
Yes, sir, it's blue book 19 edition.
but I think it is not properly.
Okay, sir, I'll do it.
Pooja,
Yes, sir.
in the page number 14, you have mentioned that materials and methods.
Yes, sir.
I think materials and methods usually we use in the labs, that what are the materials and all.
Yes, sir, it's
Particularly,
methodology.
yeah, it is, methodology. It should
Yes,
be only
sir.
methodology. Materials means what are the, chemicals and all other things which will come. Usually,
Okay, sir, I'll change it.
yeah, that is there. And you have mentioned here that doctrinal method. Whether this doctrinal method falls under a qualitative research method or quantitative or qualitative.
It's qualitative.
Okay, fine. But here again you have mentioned that the analysis through statistical tools such as correlation coefficient, where the interrelations between the dependent and independent variables. Then in qualitative, whether the independent variable comes in the qualitative method?
No, sir, it's in quantitative method.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, now it's open to the floor.
DNA is basically for the evidence, right, madam?
Yes.
Yeah. In that sense, where does in CRPC lies the procedure to collect the samples? And in that procedure, before the court, as per the orders of the court, is there a necessity to involve the police and the doctors? Where does the procedure lies?
Sir, in CRPC, I haven't in CRPC I haven't looked over the CRPC Act. I have looked over only the Constitutional Act.
DNA cases. And as well, right to privacy you coordinated that
Yes.
Article 21 is entirely different. Privacy comes under the 19 also. In majority cases, even the judicial officers fail to understand the procedure. There is a police format for that. It is collected in a secret manner. Blood, saliva, even the nails, hairs, it can be collected. But usually the blood detected.
So it can
3
be
samples will be
collected
collected, 3 formats will be used, and it will be sealed by the police under the supervision of the judicial officer in his inside chambers.
Yes, sir.
Next question.
What are the guidelines in handling the biological samples from the place of occurrence to the lab?
Sir, guidelines.
What are the guidelines? Is there any guidelines or rules of due diligence which we have to maintain in collecting and sending samples from the place of occurrence to the lab?
Sir, the data can be collected after in murder cases.
Biological sample, the blood or semen or anything like the DNA.
Yes, sir, there is no any guidelines for.
Before the judge, by the police officer, who will be entrusted with the samples. Will be entrusted with the samples.
Yes, sir.
And police has given undertaking that himself will carry it to the FSL and bring it back.
Yes, sir.
And it has to be affirmed that it is the same sample tested out of the same samples. One sample will be kept in the judicial officer's treasury, another sample will be taken by the police,
By
another
police.
sample will be there in the FSL. It has to be corroborated.
Yes, sir, 3 samples.
This is the procedure.
Okay, sir.
Indeed, stamps
Yes, sir.
Any other question from the audience? Last question.
As you have quoted that landslide or some climate changes are resulted of not DNA technology, the part of the north is the state, like you have mentioned some two states, or Arunachal or
Nagaland.
okay. And second one is you have mentioned that Nagpur is the number one in DNA testing. This data is based on your personal collection or some governmental, based on primary or secondary
Actually,
data?
there is no High Court. They are totally dependent on Assam High Court, and therefore the data which has been collected in Assam High Court, they are far away from those collections.
Ma'am, you have mentioned that DNA technology is not transferred to that state based on landslide. That I'm asking. How these are interlinked?
Actually, I have mentioned it. They are occurring. They are facing those problems. That science and technology of DNA is not set up in that places.
Okay, thank
you. Serial number 4. Please.
Thank you.
Introduce yourself and the title.
Yes. Criminology. What is the book? On the slide option. In the beginning. You just click once, right? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Orjita Mukherjee. I'm a research fellow at the West Bengal National University of Juridical Sciences. So the title of my paper is Rethinking the Traditional Internal Complaints Committee in the Light of the Recently Developed Sexual Harassment Electronic Box, that is SHE-Box, and Empirical Analysis. So we all know that we have a Sexual Harassment at Workplace Prevention, Prohibition and Redressal Act 2013. So it was passed on 23rd April 2013. After a lot of trouble, after the Vishakha guidelines were laid down by the Supreme Court and all that background. So I'm not getting into the background of it because we are all well aware of that. But after that, various cases happened, like Seema Lapcha case, where the court called on for publicity directives, where the sexual harassment, the internal complaints committee and all those things has to be made known to the people. People were to be made aware of it, right? So basically this act, 2013 act, it mandated this major complaint mechanism by the internal complaints committee, which is called the ICC, for redressal of the complaints. So it was a huge goal that there will be an ICC in each of the office premises, and women who are sexually harassed at workplace, they can go to the ICC and lodge a complaint, and there will be a timeline by which it will be solved and everything of that. But still we know that majority of the sexual harassment at workplace cases are going unreported because the numbers reported by NCRB are very, very less. So recently what happened to address this, the Ministry of Women and Child Development, Government of India, they introduced a new portal. It's an electronic portal named the Sexual Harassment Electronic Box. You can see in the slide, the portal screenshot is there. So it is basically a single window access for all women. In the 2013 Act, there is a problem regarding the unorganized sector women as well. But for this SHE-Box, anyone can lodge a complaint. Unorganized, private, public sector, any woman can lodge it. And it just takes 2 minutes. If we click on that, register your complaint. So it just takes 2 minutes to finish the entire complaint mechanism. Rather than going to the ICC where the woman is going to be stigmatized and being shamed and all that. Because many women actually do not go to the ICC just for the just because they're scared that they will be stigmatized, and also because of the fear of losing their jobs, because in most of the cases the perpetrators are superior officials, maybe under whom they are working. So the problem that I'm dealing with here, and the basic research problem is that sexual harassment at workplace is a very common incident, and we know that ICC is not functioning properly in many offices. In many offices it does, but in major cases there is the ICC is not functioning well. Right, so even I have conducted an empirical analysis, which I'll come to later, where the women are saying that they have been advised not to go to the ICC. There are various stigmatizations. So that I have collected data. But the major problem is that in case of this she-box, it's much, much more easier for them, because at the comfort of their home, they can just lodge the complaint. Yes, it will go to the mechanism and office people will know definitely. But there is a timeline, the data is being tapped by the government, and all these advantages are there, and they don't have to face the ICC, their superior officials, because as we know, the composition of ICC is based on majorly people from the office premises itself. So the problem here, only the problem is regarding the she-box, is that people are not aware of it. I'm sure many people are not aware of it, even my data of the empirical analysis. So it also shows that women are not aware of it. They are not aware that there is an electronic portal called she-box where they can lodge the complaint instead of going to the ICC. So this kind of awareness we talked about in the 2013 Act, where it has been mandated that in every office premises there should be a proper, postering or something regarding the internal complaints committee, that it exists in the office premises, it should be there. But what about the she-box? This also needs to be addressed. The women should be made aware. Otherwise, why will they proceed into the internal complaints committee instead of just lodging this 2 minutes complaint at the comfort of their home? So this awareness is required, and that is the major problem. So the questions are that whether the criminology behind the sexual harassment at workplace is based on the power domination of the superior officials, which is actually being reflected in the internal complaints committee. So that is a question, but as we have addressed also from the answers of the women, which I'll talk about, they have said that they are actually afraid of going there because of their superior officials, they can lose their jobs, and so on. And now the question is whether the technology-driven she-box is an easier to use and more accessible method, whether women will prefer it or not. So the methodology is mixed and multi-method, but it is majorly focused on the empirical research. So my sample size is 50. It's not very big, it's a very small sample size, it's 50, and it's a questionnaire method. The empirical research method is questionnaire based. And for the doctrinal part, the qualitative part, I have mentioned, I have referred to journal articles and books. So now we talk about the internal complaints committee and the literature part, that is the doctrinal part, where already I mentioned that in the internal complaints committee, the major composition is from the workplace itself, a woman or senior level officer from that office itself. In case of non-availability, other officers from that office itself, right? A minimum of 2 other members to be selected by the employees, from the employees, who are devoted in women's rights, but again, they are under the employer even they are under the employer, right? So there is obvious inclination of biasness. So this compositional problem is there, which is not there in case of she-box. So the doctrinal part, I have referred to a few articles, one by Linda H. Garrett. So it's a literature where the person is saying that the dread of losing job, this is the major reason for non-reporting of workplace sexual harassment. Thereafter, Sean M. Byrne, he says that this sexual harassment at workplace mainly occurs as a result of evolutionary bio-socio-cultural perspectives of men, including the preferment of male dominance and approval for violence targeted at women. This is eased due to the compositional problems of the ICC. Right. So again, Brannigan Robertson, he also said that there is a power dynamics problem. So all of this addresses towards the compositional structure of the ICC. Right. So now we address the simplicity of the she-box, which I already addressed, that it's a very simple method, the lodging of the complaint and everything. So this is the NCRB data, but I have not gone into details of the NCRB data because it does not talk about the she-box registered complaints. It only talks about the sexual harassment at work or office premises, which is collected by the NCRB. So from 2014 till 2020, I have put the data. And in she-box, till date, there are 708 complaints. So this is the number till date. 708 complaints have been registered through she-box, out of which, the interesting fact is, out of which 330 have been disposed of. This portal came in 2017 and now we are just in 2022. And within this 5 years, there were 708 complaints, out of which 330 have been disposed of completely. So this is a good number. So the numbers, I have referred to the numbers, that highest number of complaints occurred in which state and how many have been disposed of according to states. So this is what I have referred to. But there's a problem in this data, that is the union territories, northeastern states, there is no record of any she-box related complaints. So this shows that they were not aware of it, because if they were aware, what about some incident must have happened in union territories or northeast states. Why is it zero from them? So that is a problem. So online survey data I have put over here. So in the slides you can see that the sample size I have told already 50. So the age group I have made a sample, and the sector of work. Who are working in, number of people who are working in the government sector, private, public, unorganized, all that, right? So that can be seen in the screen. Thereafter, I have questioned them whether they have faced sexual harassment, whether anyone else have faced sexual harassment, they know about that or not. So those things I'm not getting into, as that is not very much our topic of discussion and the time is short. So, and the form of sexual harassment. So this is a very interesting thing, that major sexual harassment cases, the women who filled the questionnaire, they said that it's verbal, it's sexually colored remarks. So in most cases, what happens when it is a physical aggravation, people are very much active about that. But in case of verbal sexual remarks, often women are stigmatized and they are said, this is normal, you can just have to, you're just going to have to tolerate that, right? So that is a problem which you can just, when you get an electronic portal, that becomes much, much easier. So regarding sexual harassment numbers that I have put, and then I have questioned them whether they know about the internal complaints committee which is at their workplace. So most of the women know about the ICC. Because of the awareness program, the major things we have done over the years. So it's 80% of the people know about it. But when I'm questioning them whether they know about the she-box portal or not, 76% of the women do not know. So that is a very problematic area, because this is much, much easier. Why won't we make them aware of this portal? So also I asked them whether, if they were aware of this electronic portal which makes their work so much easier, would they choose it over the ICC? So none of them said no. That's the good part. But they have not said, majority are very confused about it because they don't know about it, right? So this technology, they are all confused about it. So that's why maybe the number of yes is not that great, it's 36%, but nobody said no, which is a very interesting part. Because some said we are not aware, so we can't comment on that, right? And some said maybe, but nobody said no. So that is the crux of the matter. And then the question comes, if you faced such behavior and still didn't lodge a complaint, why did you think you didn't complain? So these are the factors which they wrote down, that these are the things which are the reasons. I was shy, in fear of losing the job, in fear of being stigmatized, in fear of the, all these reasons. So one woman answered that fear of non-cooperation. Another woman answered she was vocal, but none of them took actions. One woman said that she was advised not to take action. So these all show that this internal complaints committee has a major problem, majorly because it is employer dominated, majorly because it is workplace dominated. So I would like to wrap up with an incident and then the conclusion. That is, I think many of you are aware of an incident, that is Reena Mukherjee incident, which happened long time back, Reena Mukherjee versus Statesman. There's a case. So this woman, she lodged a complaint regarding workplace sexual harassment. There was no Sexual Harassment at Workplace Act back then. Right? So she was a woman who single-handedly fought her battle for 15 years and finally won the battle. So that was the battle which she never had to fight if she-box was there, and she could have just filed it, right? So that is what I have to say, because she was working in Statesman, and a senior official, he was constantly harassing her sexually. So that led to the complaint mechanism. When she complained, she was sacked from the job. Right? So it was not recorded, she was sacked from the job. But if it is government tapped portal, then if she would have complained there would be a recorded data, and she couldn't have been sacked like that. Right? So finally she won, which is a great thing, but if her job could have been made much easier. So finally I would like to suggest that my conclusion is that I have already mentioned that ICC is suffering from major compositional drawbacks. So she-box can fight it. Women will prefer it if technology-based she-box is made, they are aware of it. They have to be made aware. I'm not saying that the ministry has not tried. They have tried various online initiatives, but it's not working. It's not working well because I have seen my data shows, no doubt it's a very small sample size, but still my data says that majority are not aware of it. And the suggestion is also very simple, that as people are made aware of internal complaints committee, so women has to be made aware of she-box as well. In the workplace, if there can be a poster on ICC, why can't there be a poster on she-box? That is, there a portal which is much, much easier to access. So thank you.
So your title is to be considered as the statement of your problem statement, because I mean, your title over here is Rethinking the Traditional ICC in the Light of Recently Developed Sexual Harassment Electronic Box.
Yes.
Now, this is not new. You know, we had been having a ragging incident. There was an online ragging application. We had a grievance mechanism. There is an online grievance mechanism. Likewise, this is something you can do online, but ultimately it goes to the ICC, which is already there, defined under a particular organization or an institution. This is just a normal facilitation, an additional facilitation feature for any complainant, that even at night, if she gets an idea that I need not to get through, I mean, I need not to let this free, let me apply immediately at the spur of moment she wants to do, sitting at home, that just an additional facilitation. The rest of the things of ICC, the mechanism, the timeline, the law and the rules provides for the disposal of the ICC work also. That also remains the same.
Yes, ma'am.
So what do you really want to analyze into this? What's your problem statement?
Yes, ma'am. I'll absolutely address your question. That is, the problem is, which I'm trying to, you're absolutely right, that it will go back to the ICC and the procedure will be similar. But the major problem here was that women are not going to the ICC directly. So because they are being stigmatized there in the office premises, and they have to face their employer to lodge the complaint. So that is the problem, that if it is indirectly in an online portal through a technology-driven mechanism, then they don't have to face their employer and be stigmatized in the office premises directly. It will go directly. And also there is a second point, that is in case of unorganized sectors, there is a huge problem regarding this mechanism. So even the women of unorganized sector, they also can lodge the complaint directly in the she-box. Also, in many offices, ICC is not functioning properly. In majority, it does. In proper places, it does. But in majority of the places, it's not functioning properly. So in that case also, it can be directly sent through the online so that it can be sent back. And then they will be mandated to follow it because it is a government-driven mechanism.
No, Madam has been asking about the problem that you have investigated, that you examined.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let us forget that. And coming back
Ma'am, did I address your question, or should I?
I didn't find this anyway, whenever you are filing a complaint, it will go to ICC and ICC will call you. So where is the avoidance of facing an ICC? Where is that avoidance? Anyway, you were to be called before ICC. Once your ICC receives the complaint, to record your statement in detail. Because in the online application, you just have to mention the facts. If you look at the she-box, I don't know, once you fill up the data, it has only limited things. You need to give the statement of witness, the witness name and a lot of other things. Anyway, the ICC will call you before them.
Yes, ma'am.
To understand the entire. So where is it avoidance of facing? So my point over here is that this is just an additional facilitation feature.
Exactly.
Additional, you can apply through number of mechanisms, one of the mechanism. So what are you looking at the impact assessment of this facilitation? Are you looking at what do you really want to study in your research?
Ma'am, definitely the impact assessment, and the best part of this is that the data, whatever the women are lodging the complaint and all, that is being tapped by the government. So that's a good part. Even in the...
should be the impact assessment of
Okay, ma'am, I would
not
change...
Rethinking ICC. Rethinking ICC, you need to make an amendment in the law.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, so I should make that amendment, but like I should make that title change. Definitely, ma'am. That's a good suggestion from your part. But what I was trying to say is that if in case of Reena Mukherjee, the incident I said, if there was a government-backed mechanism, then it would have been much easier, ma'am, because she was sacked after she complained. There was no registration of the complaint. She was sacked internally without being recorded, the complaint, right? So in that case, it's easier, right? In these kind of cases, not that case because back then SHW was not there, but in this kind of incidents, the woman cannot be sacked or anything from the job if the data is with the government, it lies with the government. So that is what I'm trying to say, that all the complaint mechanisms, everything, if it's processed through the online mechanism, then it becomes much easier.
So first try to understand that actually we are talking about your paper, not the generalized statements. We are not discussing
Yes.
that general issues are holistically. Okay,
Sir.
first to keep that in mind.
Sir,
And
can you
no,
just,
fine, okay.
sir, can you just repeat?
No, the
once?
paper, now we are going to discuss
Yes, sir.
what has been there in your paper. Yeah. Not your general comments or opinion on the issue, right?
Yes, sir. All right.
That's fine. And you collected data from 50, you yourself
50 sample
accepted
size.
that it's a small sample size.
Yes, sir.
But normally, like keeping that small sample size, you cannot validate your findings.
So that is what I said.
That's what you have been doing it now. You've
Yes,
been
sir.
trying to generalize or validate your findings. That is a dangerous
Yes, sir.
attempt. Okay, we cannot afford to make such generalized statements just based on any small sample size that too collected through Google form.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Second
Right.
thing, it appears to be simple, but referring to various journal articles and books, it goes without saying one has to obviously read the articles and books before you start doing research. That may
Sir,
not be part of
yes,
your
sir.
thing. And when I find there is inconsistency in the findings. For example, of the total 50 people, only 18 have accepted that they were victims of, they have experienced sexual harassment, right? They experienced sexual harassment.
Sir, so
Okay,
there is
of
another.
them, let me come to that.
Yes, sir.
Just note it down. And so out of 50, only 18 people have expressed that they have experienced sexual harassment. When you come to question, if you have faced such a behavior, why do you think you did not complain? For which the N is 25.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So
And N minus 1 is that they have never faced. So it should be 24. It comes to 24, but it should not exceed to 18 at any point of time. So I feel that there's a mismatch in the total number. Okay.
Sir, so the
that is
data.
I find that the inconsistency in the data. Okay.
Sir, can I address this once?
And I'll finish, then you can address
All right,
everything
sir.
together. And also write the article, your paper doesn't read well because you use percentages somewhere and use frequency somewhere and use both together in some places. And it doesn't, we find it very hard to read and it doesn't read well. That is a general
Sir, okay, sir. But sir, in the graphs, the percentages are given, and in the writing part also, the numbers and the percentages are mentioned. That this person, that is this number.
Oh, that's all. No need. Any research article, one is fine.
Okay, sir. So the problem you were saying about, yes, sir, that is a difficult part. But the thing is that regarding that whatever kind of sexual harassment they have faced, that is 25 responses. It is basically the sum up of
No, 18.
people.
18.
Yes. So
Those who have accepted that, have you faced any harassment at
yes, sir.
workplace? It's only
So
18.
the next data talks about if they know any other person who have faced harassment, maybe previously. So
No, the question here, if you have faced such a behavior, why didn't you complain?
complain. So it is regarding if you know someone else also, so that person has also not complained. So there was a data regarding
You
that.
cannot, you are trying to explain, but normally in research, we talk about two important things, like namely reliability of the responses that you collect.
All right, sir.
And based on which only you validate your findings.
All right,
So
sir.
always the data is very important, and the quality of data is always
Yes, sir.
important. And we cannot afford to see such inconsistency in the data.
All right, sir. Sir?
Yeah. Let me reiterate that what ma'am has said. Actually, your paper is challenging the internal committee itself. Okay. And indirectly, you are telling that you want to replace it. And and it's very clear that this harassment element box is just a kind of other type of medium to file complaint. That is there, and it would have been more appropriate if your title, as ma'am suggested, that the impact assessment. Okay?
Yes, sir. I would like to amend that.
Okay.
And,
Yeah, good effort. Actually, it's a very good effort, and if it's only because of the mismatching of the title.
yes, sir. So in the title, actually what I was trying to address was that I was not rethinking.
No,
I was not trying to remove ICC. I was rethinking in the sense that if all the complaints are addressed through the online portal.
But your present this title, it suggests something else. Okay, that's there. And the second question that you have mentioned here, that is a mixed method.
Yes, sir.
Doctrinal as well as one
Empirical.
more.
But I have mentioned that my major focus would be on the empirical research part.
Please listen. You have selected 50 samples, but nowhere you have mentioned that how you have selected it.
Sir, I have mentioned the distribution. I showed a graph where the distribution.
Whether you have adopted the probability method or non-probability method, that I want to know.
Sir, it's a non-probability method. So this is the sectorial division of the people. Sir, if you look at the screen once, and this is the age group, and this is the which sector they work in. So this is the distribution.
That you have not mentioned in the paper.
Sir,
that is there,
sir,
and
it is there
in
the age
last
group.
you have not shown that references,
Sir, in the citations I've
It
put.
is there, but at the it's appropriate that there should be a full note of
Sir, it's
references.
an ILI standard citation.
It's a missing.
Sir, in
Thank
the
you.
ILI standard footnotes are enough. It's not.
You have to show. Now floor is open for the questions, please.
Yes. Yes.
In comparison, of course, anybody set the criminal law in motion. ICC is one mechanism where women cannot express. What was the impact as prior to the she-box enabled by the government in comparison with the Me Too hashtag, which created a lot of ripples?
Yes, sir. So what are you asking specifically? Me Too?
Me Too hashtag was another mechanism where worldwide it created.
Sir, this has come now. So the Reena Mukherjee incident, which I mentioned, it was back then, there was nothing, but she fought alone. So after that, it has come all of this. But still, in workplaces, women cannot report sexual harassment at workplace many a times. So that is a implementational and compositional problem which women face. Yes, sir. The data I have taken from ministries. Okay, sir. So that might be, but this is the data I've got from the ministry's website. Yes.
Yeah, I have got two observations with respect to the study that you have mentioned. One is that you're talking about a system wherein you are comparing two things. One is a system of where you conduct a departmental kind of inquiry, where you have also an independent person, right, from the outside as part of ICC. Other side, you have a system of receiving the complaints in a speedy manner. One thing is that. How we can compare a system wherein whole, you can say a mode of inquiry is conducting in one side, it's just for receiving the complaint. Second observation is then when we are challenging ICC as not being appropriate, you are just presenting perspective from the victim side. What about the people, for say the complaint against whom is being made? What that person feels? Third thing is who are part of ICC. Now the whole getting a perspective about ICC, you should involve stakeholders who are connected directly in a holistic manner. Just by saying that the females who are coming up with complaints and they are not really very comfortable, we don't get a clear picture of the social reality relating to it. So it's just an observation. Next time when you take up such kind of a study, get a holistic perspective so that we can understand why we are challenging a system from the whole perspective, not just from one side perspective. Thank
Madam,
you.
so I would say that this is a limitation of the study. So this is focused on the women's perspective, and this is a comparison of the technology-driven she-box and the ICC. It's not focused on the other aspects, definitely. But what I would say is that obviously there will be multiple aspects in a particular thing, right? So I couldn't have included that in the she-box mechanism, right? So that's why I have not included those things. That's a limitation, I would say. And
last question, please.
Yes.
First of all, a great effort. I would like to ask you that the question that you have included, that why do you think you would not lodge a complaint? So is that an open-ended question, or you have suggested the options to the...
it's optional.
So only 4 or 5 options you have given, and that
No,
is
no, no.
multiple choice question, what I
No,
mean.
there was one option of
Open-ended.
others. So other reasons, so you can write anything
Okay.
of your own as well.
So kind of-
some reasons I've given, and I've given an option of their own perspectives as well for if anyone wants to write that.
That is a good analysis. And the other question that I have is, in this research, are you trying to suggest that the composition of ICC should be statutorily amended?
I am trying to say that
Because
the
as
composition is a
ma'am
problem.
has already pointed out, the
Yes,
she
ma'am.
was complaint will also go to internal complaints committee or local complaints committee or the other statutory bodies. So do you want to suggest that the composition of ICC should be amended for addressing the power
Definitely.
dynamics?
And
Okay.
ma'am's suggestion is a very actually helpful suggestion to me as well. I can amend the paper accordingly. But the problem is that what I'm trying to address is that definitely there's a major problem with the composition of ICC. And what ma'am said, that it will come back to the ICC, definitely. But what I'm trying to say is that if it goes through an online portal, there will be a tap by the government on the data. So one woman lodging a complaint today, tomorrow she can't be sacked from the job. Or maybe some internal thing that a woman is, going to lodge the complaint, some workplace, everyone knows about it, and that woman is sacked before that for some alternative reason, right? So that can be tapped through a Yes, ma'am, exactly. Hostile work environment. So that can be controlled if we address everything
If the complaint is lodged
Shebox,
through
and then it
Shebox.
comes back to the ICC. But there's a tap on the data, there's a authority behind it.
Okay.
That is what I'm trying to
Thank
say.
you.
Yes, sir is trying to. It's done?
Now the serial number
Thank
5.
you.
Thank you.
sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Honorable dignitaries on the dais, galaxy of intellectuals, and my dear friends. Myself, Anagha Pedgaonkar, research scholar from Gujarat National Law University, Gandhinagar. I am presenting my research paper on an empirical study of misuse of science and technology in committing witch hunting offense against women with special reference to Nandurbar city of Maharashtra. Basically, now witch hunting is a gender violence which means it is a woman. The meaning of witch means a woman who is believed to have magical powers, and in this belief that she will harm the society, she is being raped, she is being murdered, she is being stoned, and there are various offenses committed against her, and this in all is known as witch hunting. Now coming to the NCRB reports, witch hunting is increasing, and actually NCRB reports doesn't have actual data of witch hunting cases. Only murder in the garb of witch hunting is being mentioned in NCRB reports, and Honorable Judiciary has now and then raised this concern. So now my statement of problem is, with the advent of science and technology, not only murder, rape, but by using social medias also, the women or the men, even in modern society, the men are also claimed as witch and the women are also claimed as witch, and her photographs are being viraled, and it is being said to block her. People are blocking her. When we come to science and technology, with the advent of science and technology, people are misusing and committing offenses under the garb of witch hunting. Again it is giving rise to the other offenses, that is rape, stoning, nude parade, etc. Now when we come to statement of problem, Honorable Judiciary in Honorable Supreme Court and Honorable High Court in Tula Devi, Madhu Munda, Gaurav Jain has raised its concern that there is absence of uniformity of law. A uniform law is not there in India to deal with this concern. Again the people the police officials are reporting these cases under Indian Penal Code because only 7 states in India have state legislation when we come to witch hunting, and there in that also there are many offences which are not being covered under this state legislation. So this, by keeping this statement of problem, I have framed 2 objectives. That is, the first objective is to understand existing legal framework in Maharashtra dealing with witch hunting, and the second is to come up with a legal solution curbing existing unjust and inconsistent provisions, as the concern is already being mentioned by the Honorable Supreme Court and by the Honorable High Court. Now for this, I have reviewed 34 literatures, 34 books which are being available in the market. Again, legislations, judgments of Honorable Supreme Court and High Court, YouTube videos, newspaper articles, and most importantly, that is social media platforms. I have used this literature. Then again, my research methodology is partially doctrinal and partially empirical. Doctrinal, I have used analytical, explanatory and comparative method for analyzing the laws and comparing the state legislations. Again, researcher in empirical study, I have collected data from 80 advocates, 55 police officials and 20 academicians who are handling these cases from specific Nandurbar district of Maharashtra. Now why I have chosen Nandurbar district? Because according to the reports, highest number of cases are being reported in Nandurbar district of Maharashtra, and that is the reason I have chosen this district out of 36 districts. Now when we come to state legislation in Maharashtra, Maharashtra Prevention and Eradication of Human Sacrifice and Other Inhuman, Evil and Aghori Practices and Black Magic Act is there for this superstitious belief. But again, this act only punishes the person who is carrying out black magic. It is not punishing a person who is committing offences against the women or men who are being claimed as witches. Even this act has no specific definition of witch, and the persons who are murdering also in the garb of witch hunting are being tried in Indian Penal Code as per the statistics available. Now I had collected data from advocates by using snowball sampling method, from academicians by using random sampling method, from police officials by using convenience sampling, and from judges, that is random sampling. Now again, I had used questionnaire method for advocates, academicians and police officials, and interview method for judges. Now coming to, I have actually framed various questions, but 2 important questions we will analyze. Because of paucity of time, I won't be able to deal with each and every question. But as per my data analysis, I had already discussed that Indian Penal Code, police officials are reporting this offence, and even advocates are trying this offence under Indian Penal Code majorly. And even IT Act is ignored when we come to social media platforms. Even Prevention of Sexual Harassment Act is ignored, and even Maharashtra, that is State Legislation Act, is also ignored. So basically, as there is no as such definition available in any state legislation, this is these offences are dealt by Indian Penal Code. Again, this was the major concern being discussed by the Honorable Supreme Court in Tula Devi's case. So now coming to the second analysis, basically advocates and judges are framing certain problems when we come to witch hunting cases. Again, it was a major concern expressed by the Honorable Judiciary, framing of the issues and basically proving the offence, because this offence is based on superstitious belief, that is the belief of having magical powers. It is very difficult to prove this offence, and even while framing of charges, judicial officers are facing certain difficulties, that charges shall be framed under which section. So basically, Now coming to the findings as per the data collected by me, that is when we come to, as I had already used comparative analysis method, when we come to the doctrinal part, there is a meager punishment being provided in each and every, the meager punishment, that is the 7 states having state legislations, I'm telling about that, the meager punishment is only 500 rupees fine, some states are giving 1000 rupees fine, some states are giving 1500 fine. So now coming to the difficulty in proving offense, I have already discussed absence of uniform legislation. As there is absence of uniform legislation, in Gaurav Jain, Honorable Supreme Court had laid down various guidelines, as the Supreme Court had laid down in Vishakha versus State of Rajasthan, and again the bill was also being introduced in the parliament, but as it was the private bill, it lapsed. So there is no as such positive initiative being taken by government to come up with the uniform legislation. They are ignoring the guidelines laid down by Supreme Court. Again, the state legislations having, the states having state legislations, there in that case, there is a poor implementation of that particular state legislation. Then when we come to Maharashtra, again not only Maharashtra but all over the country, there is no as such legislation which is punishing the IT Act, or which is punishing the offences, such as when we are circulating the posters of the women or men claiming them as a witches, there is no as such section punishing these people. And again, when this offence is done in conspiracy, as it is done in most of the times, because stoning is done in conspiracy, stoning, or again this conspiracy part is not included in any of the section, of any state legislation, again it is being dealt by Indian Penal Code only. Now when we come, because conspiracy, as per the recent data collected by me, conspiracy to claim the property of the women also, people are condemning her, people are defaming her that she is witch and we should kill her, and they grab their property, and in such way they are conspiring the offense. Now basically, coming to the conclusion and recommendation, there is a need to include witch hunting through information technology. If the people are forwarding the posters, they are defaming her. Again, apart from the defamation being attracted, the person should be criminally liable. Again, as the guidelines were laid down in the Gaurav Jain, uniform legislation should be enacted when we come to witch hunting offense. Witch hunting shall be uniformly defined, and it should not only include murder under the garb of witch hunting, but NCRB reports shall also include other offenses which are done under the garb of witch hunting. That is the reason why I am unable to exactly know the data, or exactly know the statistical data, that how. Yes, so these are my suggestions, that is, and this is the bibliography and all.
So madam, my question remains the same for everyone.
Yes.
What you're trying to address? Your title is already, your title says, an empirical study of misuse of science and technology.
Yes.
So you have already given a judgment that science and technology is misused. I mean, you need to show through empirical data, because you have already assumed this thing. So what do you really want to address? Are you going to, in this paper, are you looking at the impact assessment of the Maharashtra law, or you are looking at some legal framework to address these issues? Or you are looking at that how, in the absence of this specific legislation on this issue, how this existing problem is being solved? What are the issues? So what do you really want to address through your presentation?
I basically want to address the legal framework which is being dealing with these problems in Maharashtra, with specific reference to science and technology, because there is no legal framework for curbing the offense when we come to science and technology.
That's what the point is, what you're trying to address and what you're trying to mention with your...
Okay, ma'am, I'll surely correct the same. I'll amend the same.
You have mentioned about the sampling, right?
Yes,
You
sir.
have used different methods of sampling.
Yes, sir.
Including convenient sampling, snowball sampling, and you mentioned about random sampling.
Yes, sir.
Why did you use snowball sampling to select?
Sir, snowball sampling is the reason because I was not aware of the advocates which are being. I just asked one advocate, then he gave me reference of other, then he gave me reference of other. So,
Dealing with these cases, right?
yes, who are dealing with these cases?
And the random sampling method, or what method did you use to select police officers and?
Sir, randomly actually I had visited the websites of police stations of Nandurbar city and I randomly mailed them and I took.
Technically speaking, that we don't call that as random sampling.
Okay.
It is some other sampling which you used. Random should be, it's a part of probability sampling.
Yes,
Random
sir.
yeah, randomness does not mean here.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. It is convenience
Go
sample.
for probability sampling.
Okay. I'll correct the same.
Now you have mentioned, that an empirical study of misuse of science and technology.
Yes.
So I'm not saying that what exactly the misuse of science and technology.
Sir, actually,
Please, can you highlight on this, that what are the misuses of science and technology in committing the witch hunting offense against a woman?
Sure, sir. Sir, actually, they are just forwarding the pictures. As the pictures are being given by me, they are forwarding such pictures to defame women via WhatsApp, via Twitter, and they are just defaming her, and they are just igniting the minds of people to commit offenses against her. And people are socially boycotting her from Nandurbar city. And that is the misuse which people are doing of science and technology.
What is your suggestion for the solution for this?
They should be criminally held liable, sir. Instead of only attracting defamation wala part, they should be criminally held liable if they are doing the offenses are under the garb of witch hunting. They are conspiring. Thank
Now
you,
the floor
sir.
is open for the questions from the audience.
Hello, ma'am. You have mentioned that you go through 36 books
Yes.
for review.
34.
34, okay. Then what are the keyword used for that going through the witchcraft books?
Actually, there is very less literature available in India because the origin of witch hunting is in Europe. So, witch trial, the keywords were witch trial, Salim witch trial, witch hunting, witchcraft. These are the keywords which I had used.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Keeping apart that science and technology being not its least applied. Between, if I'm correct, if IPC book is gone, there is one legislation which uses the word religious displeasure as an offense under the IPC. Is
Yes.
the first legislation under the IPC which can be brought up as an offense. One thing, whatever you have shown the pictures, etc., includes 354A, outraging the modesty of the woman. It includes.
But outraging the modesty of the women can.
Once she is dragged for this thing, one thing. So all conjoint reading can be put into one thing. And in Karnataka, prior to that, the first, of course, was in England, more than 130 years legislation, Black Magic Act, Prevention of Black
Yes.
Magic Act, least used in England. Least used in England, one
Yes.
side. Second side, in Karnataka, we have one live legislation passed since last,
Yes.
this one, that is anti-superstition bill.
Yes.
That is also least used in Karnataka also.
Yes.
So there are legislations. Only thing is that
Sir, I would like to correct you. There are 7 states in India having special legislations on witch hunting, which I had already discussed in my presentation. But these 7 states, the Honorable Supreme Court in Gaurav Jain has raised their concern that these legislations are not defining the witch hunting in proper way. And there are deficiency in punishments.
Now next question, please. Last question. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Serial number 6, last presenter.
Good morning, all. I'm Ramyata Tiwari from Sardar Patel University of Police Security and Criminal Justice. So today I will be presenting my paper on impact assessment of witnessing intimate partner violence on children and economic prosperity of the family. Though this was a study conducted in 2 districts of Rajasthan. Okay, so to start with some background, according to Sullivan, Egan and Gotch, it is suggested that around 275 million children in the world witness intimate partner violence. And these children who face adverse childhood trauma, they manifest these problems in the form of psychological issues, emotional issues, sexual abuse, or other kinds of act or child abuse that may be conferred upon them. So coming to my term intimate partner violence, we'll start with some definition. So intimate partner violence or domestic violence, there is a basic difference between the two. Whereas domestic violence includes all forms of family violence, intimate partner violence only includes violence between the partners who are in an intimate relationship. Regardless, in India it is defined under the Domestic Violence Act of 2005. So according to this act, section 3 of this act, any act, omission, commission or conduct of the response shall constitute domestic violence in the cases where there is a harm or injury which endangers the health, safety, limb or well-being of a person. Now this includes physical abuse, sexual abuse, verbal abuse, emotional abuse and economic abuse. So there are various number of paradigms and in my study I have included all of them. Even the threat of such an abuse or any kind of assault is also considered as a violence, or any other injury which can or any other harm is also considered as a part of domestic violence or intimate partner violence. So, coming to the present study, we all have this notion that intimate partner violence only occurs in the places where the economic conditions are not as prosperous, whereas in the places where people are coming from good families, there is no extent of intimate partner violence, or generally we keep this in mind that this is something that happens in a lower income group people, and generally higher income group people and middle income group people are not affected by it. But it is like we have seen from the previous studies that any distribution of IPV in the population is fairly consistent within low income and middle income groups. And other than that also, I would like to quote a study by Kisley and et al. That he has found that emotional abuse and neglect have detrimental effect on mental health in early adulthood, and children who experience more than one type of abuse are at a greater risk. So witnessing intimate partner violence in itself is a form of child abuse. So now coming to the present problem. So the distribution of IPV as per economic conditions of the family has been a research question for few years. So we again and again study this, that how intimate partner violence is different among the different social economic classes. But what is the impact on children, and does the impact on children who are coming from a higher economic group and the impact of children who are coming from a lower economic group different? So this is basically the idea of my research study. So this paper delves into the impact assessment of witnessing IPV. Not if the IPV is present or not, but when the IPV is present, does the economic conditions make any difference in the impact? So this paper also provides some valuable suggestions to minimize the impact on children, both in long term and short term. So we will be discussing them shortly. For the objectives of the study, so these were some objectives that I went with. So first was to understand the relationship of prevalence of IPV and economic prosperity. The second was to compare the relationship of witnessing IPV and self-esteem of children in economically prosperous families and non-prosperous families. Then third was to compare the relationship of witnessing IPV and academic performance of children in economically prosperous families and non-prosperous families. And lastly, to compare the relationship of witnessing IPV and aggression levels of children in economically prosperous families and non-prosperous. So 3 things I have taken. First is how it impacts their self-esteem. Second is how it impacts their academic performance. And third is how it impacts their aggression levels. Now coming to the methodology. So this study had a multi-stage mixed method sampling. So for the first part, I selected 2 districts of Rajasthan, Jodhpur and Jaipur through convenience sampling. So this was the only non-probability sampling that I did. After that, everything was a probability sampling. From each district, I selected 6 schools through simple random sampling. The data was collected from a website called schools.org, which has the complete data of all the schools in the country. Then from each school, I selected 30 students randomly between 6th standard to 10th standard, okay? So the ages of these children were 11 to 16 roughly. Now this brought the total respondents selected from each school to be 30 and the total sample to be 360. Out of this, I found that 37 responses were incomplete, or otherwise I could not consider them into the study because the questions and the answers, like on the first part the child has said something and in the second part they are saying something, so there was a mismatch, so I could not consider them. So my total sample set was of 323. Now I have used 3 measures to do this study. The first was the measure of child exposure to domestic violence, which was also my screening scale, right? So it has 42 questions and it judges that is the child witnessing intimate partner violence or not. For the purpose of this study, I have purposely avoided the part of sexual violence because this is something that happens inside the doors and child may or may not have witnessed it. So I have not kept that question into it, and this scale also is designed in such a way, so I did not have to change it. Right, then coming to the second scale that I had, it was the measure of self-esteem. So this is a very established scale, Rosenberg's self-esteem scale, which I used. And then I used a measure of aggression. So Orpinas and Frendvosky's 11-point scale I used for measuring aggression in children. So total value went from 0 to 66 for this particular scale. For academic performances, I collected the data from the school based on what kind of results these children are getting. Some ethical concerns also I'd like to talk about since it's a study with children. So I got the informed consent for the study from the head of each institution. So however much time they took, in certain cases when I could not get the consent, I moved to the next school in the sample. And same with the children, when they did not want to participate in the study, so I got their assent also, and if some children did not wanted to participate in the study, I moved to the next children who were more willing to participate. Then few limitations also, and then we'll come to the analysis. So due to constraint of time and finances, the study was limited in the geographical area. And then there is a limitation with any study of children, that children generally have low salience of an event, right? So if it happens and they see it, they might be seeing it on TV and they may think that this is happening to me, right? And otherwise they might be witnessing violence very regularly inside the home, but they might not think that this is something out of ordinary. Right, so this is a general limitation that comes with any study with the children, and though I try to minimize these variables by storytelling, songs, games and all, but these limitations are still there. Now coming to the analysis, so this is the age group of the respondents that participated in my study. The children were between the ages of 11 to 16 as I mentioned, out of which nearly 27% of the children were aged 14. Coming to the gender, 52% of the children were female, 47 were males. And coming to the economic conditions, I divided the economic conditions based in 3 categories: LIG, low income group, middle income group and high income group. So 36% of the children who participated came from a low income group family, 31% from mid income group and 31% from high income group. So my data set was fairly distributed, like in all the 3 categories. Then coming to the locality of residence, like if they were living in an urban area or rural area, so almost 3/4 of the participants were residing in urban area, and in the urban locality, the participant either had marginal income, as you can see from the graph, either they had marginal income or they were coming from a high income group. The value of middle income group was comparatively lower in an urban locality, whereas in rural locality, the maximum number of participants were from middle class, although the variation is very little, but this is an observation. Now coming to my first objective, that was exposure to IPV, assessing what kind of exposure do children generally have to IPV in my sample set. So about 51% of the children who participated were assessed to have witnessed very high or high levels of IPV. The numbers are fairly high than previous studies, as the IPV for the purpose of this study has included all forms of intimate partner violence and witnessing them. So this includes emotional violence, financial violence, psychological violence, and physical violence. Now coming to exposure to IPV and economic conditions, which was my other objective. So for this, I found the correlation value of IPV and economic conditions. So the correlation value of the exposure to IPV and economic prosperity was 0.196. So this indicates that there is no significant relationship. So as we discussed in the starting, there is no relationship between economic prosperity and intimate partner violence, and any relationship whatsoever can be attributed to noise. Then coming to exposure to IPV and aggression. So the data shows a positive correlation value of 0.6, which shows that there is a positive relationship between aggression and exposure to IPV. And with the increase in exposure to IPV, it is estimated that a child shows more aggression. So now this result is also fairly consistent with other studies. Just give me 2 minutes. Then coming to exposure to IPV and self-esteem, so the data showed a negative correlation of minus 0.736, which showed that there is a strong negative correlation. So when the self-esteem of the child reduces when they are witnessing IPV, and it increases in a more cordial family environment. Then coming to the next objective, exposure to IPV and academic performance. Just give me, okay. Thank you, sir. Okay. So now with the academic performance, again, I found a negative correlation value. Then impact assessment, that is the main objective, the impact assessment of exposure to IPV according to economic conditions. So in this, for first the value of aggression, I found the correlation value of economic prosperity of the family and aggression value and aggression level was 0.670, and which again shows a very significant correlation. Then coming to self-esteem. Now, as I am claiming again and again that academic performance goes low and aggression goes high, for self-esteem, my correlation value was 0.009. So I can say that there is no significant relationship as per this study. So further study is probably required for this particular variable. For academic performance and both aggression values, I found a positive correlation and negative correlation. Then coming to the suggestions for the study. First is removal from the environment. So as it has been argued many times that rather than institutionalization of children, all efforts should be made to keep the child in family. So the same thing I want to suggest, but giving a more holistic family environment is required. Then second, the role of caregiver. So we have to address it. Yes, sir. And okay, fine. So coming to the conclusion. So the association between exposure to IPV and behavioral problems like aggression and self-esteem along with academic performance was very significant in the study and follows the academic research findings of previous researches. So for aggression values, the higher aggression values, it can be in higher income group. We found that the aggression values were higher. So for that, I have two postulates which can probably make an idea for a further study. That first is children from high income group have more exposure to outside world and technology, which leads to a greater degree of dissatisfaction and expression. And second is that there was an indifference, there may be an indifference towards violence in the children from low income group. So steps should be taken to understand and mitigate such exposure, and further research is also required to gain an in-depth understanding. Thank you, sir.
Just, I have a couple of questions. The first being the intimate partner is not defined under the DV Act. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
So what is the definition for the sake of your study? So that, what do
For
you
the sake
mean
of-
by intimate partner? Because it is, when it is not being statutorily defined,
Yes.
and there is no uniform definition for the understanding of all is available on the platter, you need to categorically mention for for the purpose of your study, how do you define intimate
ma'am.
partner?
Ma'am,
That's number one. You can respond together. Second is that when you frame this title with reference to the economic prosperity of a family vis-a-vis violence on children and impact, do you rely on some study which says that violence has a nexus with economic prosperity? I mean, how do you what made you to think that violence and economic prosperity or whatever your financial security may not have some connections? I mean, what made you to think on this? Violence is violence, it happens everywhere.
Yes.
So, whether this particular premise is based upon the previous studies, the second question. The third being that when we talk about impact assessment, so what is an assessment to assess the impact? What is the specific methodology that you have adopted for this? Because impact assessment research methodology is very different because you are not evaluating, you are assessing.
Yes.
And then drawing further directions. So what is the specific assessment methodology that you have deployed for this research? There are three questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. So the first question, as you asked, for intimate partner violence, I have defined it in my paper. There is a section for definition, operational definitions. So it is any violence that is happening between two intimate partners, people who are in an intimate relationship. Now they do not need to be mother and father of the child. They can be the grandparents of the child.
May not have children at all.
Yes, right. But also it can be a step parent.
Those intimate partners who have children.
Yes, right. Yes. Okay. And they could be step parents also. So any people who are living in an intimate relationship in a familial setup could be, So domestic violence, per se, the Domestic Violence Act also includes the acts wherein, let us say, the mother-in-law or the father-in-law. Yes, it is more broader. So probably I tried to make it more concise. Ma'am, as per your second question, can you just give me again the question, ask the question again? No. Then you asked about the impact assessment, ma'am. So the specific methodology that I have adopted is that I have categorized it in three categories. First, the academic performance. So how is economic prosperity, how does it affect the academic performance? Then how does it affect the aggression levels in the children? And then how does it affect the self-esteem? Now, there may be more variables, but these are the three that I undertook and I tried to assess them. The other question that you asked regarding, like, as far as it goes, impact assessment, that is it, like the third question.
Yeah, I have in continuation of that. So normally impact is defined as a change over a period of time.
Yes.
So then for which you should have two data sets. Otherwise, alternatively, like you can have one control group, one experimental group. So you have not chosen, that's what Madam was trying to ask about the methodology part, if I am correct.
Sir,
let me complete the other questions also. So it appears to be minor one. Text citation is not correct. For example, on page second page, text citation and citation you can mention. Then here, like the impact, the economic prosperity, academic performance, self-esteem, aggression, due to a variety of factors. And trying to, I think, establish the relationship between the unrelated things, probably like academic performance may be determined by other factors, school factors, his own personal factors. again, whether you chosen children only those who witnessed the violence or all children?
Sir,
Data which were collected from them were subjected to analysis, right?
yes.
All.
No.
Did you divide?
I'm trying to answer.
Yeah,
Sir,
please, both of you
yes.
can answer together.
Yes.
And next question is about, you have ranked the exposure level also, right? High level and moderate level. So whether such rankings based on the frequency or the nature of violence, how did you rank it? Did you assign some scores? And how did you rank, for example, like 10
High
levels
exposure or
okay.
okay.
You can explain that. These are the four questions.
Sir, okay. So for this, I'd like to answer as you talked about the control group and the focus group. So my first scale was assessing actually the exposure to intimate partner violence. So so this was my screening scale, right? So after that, I got a data that 51% children ranked. Now this scale had in itself the counting methodology of this, that this is high, this is very high, this is moderate, this is low. So after that, I got that 51% of the children were falling in the category of high or very high. And with those children, I proceeded with the inquiry as far as it comes to the economic conditions. So only those children, these 51% children who answered that they have witnessed high or very high forms of intimate partner, they have very high frequency of intimate partner violence, were assessed as far as it comes to assessing the economic conditions. Whereas for the first part of the paper, where I have in general compared the exposure to IPV with other variables, I have taken the entire data set.
My question is that you have mentioned the review of literature.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me what is the purpose of review of literature? Have you find any research gap in the earlier studies?
So research gap per se, like two variables, I would say. First is the impact of witnessing IPV on children. That has been studied. And then how IPV has been divided based on the socio-economic conditions. So if you'll look through the review of literature, you'll also find that number of studies have been done as far as it comes to distribution of intimate partner violence with respect to economic conditions. And number of studies have also claimed that although intimate partner violence in itself is not divided as per economic conditions or social conditions, but their response, like the children, women who are, let us say, pregnant. There was this one study that I could remember.
Something else. I'm asking you that, have you found any kind of research gaps?
Sir, so this is a research
which you try to address in the present study.
Yes. So this is the research gap, that economic conditions and how do they impact witnessing intimate partner violence. Like how does the impact differ between the children who are coming from low income group and between the children who are coming from high income group or middle income group.
So these were the studies not done earlier?
No, sir. Nothing.
Thank you. Now the floor is open for questions.
Good paper, but I have to seek clarification on two issues. After selecting your towns, the two towns in Rajasthan, and then schools and then students, so whatever sampling method you have adopted, wonderful. Now from the sampled respondents, you asked about the violence they were exposed to,
yes,
or their parents and others were exposed to.
Sir, this scale that I have used is a 4-part scale.
Don't worry about the scale. Your focus is what? Violence
Sir,
against the sampled respondents?
Violence
or
between the
violence
partners.
as reported by sampled respondents about their parents?
About their parents.
Then why using the term intimate partner? Why not straight away parental violence and impact on children?
Sir,
you are using a big term to cover a very simple thing. That is one. Second thing, there are 6-7 standard methods of correlation.
Yes.
You have used the measure of correlation and mentioned in your presentation at several places. Which method of correlation have you utilized on what variables? Clarification.
Yes, sir.
So for your first question, it was regarding like why I have used this term IPV. So as I mentioned before also, I'll just put this off so I'll be able to see. As I have mentioned before also, intimate partner violence may not occur only between the parents. Sometimes in certain setup, it is the step parent. In certain setup, it is just your mother's boyfriend or your father's girlfriend who's coming again and again. So, so uh-huh. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Huh. So for measures of correlation, I use the software SPSS, whereas I am not aware at this moment. I cannot remember. Yes, thank you, sir. Huh. At this moment, it is not clicking me. Otherwise, I know. Yes.
Hi, I just wanted to know how have you studied psychological violence? I know you mentioned you use stories and all of these, but how do you explain gaslighting, which is a form of psychological violence, to a 14-year-old child?
Okay, so for data collection, no, what I did was, it was not a one-sitting data collection wherein I go and talk to the children. So first of all, like whichever school that I had sampled, we had one interaction session where I sat with all the children and then I explained to them what is intimate partner violence, what all that you are witnessing. Okay, probably your father is asking your mother that you give me all your money, whatever you earn, or I explained to them that if he's talking to her in a derogatory manner in front of the children, or gaslighting. So all these terms in a very basic, simple manner, in a very friendly environment we talked about, and then I gave them some cooling period. So if I'm talking about it today, I will not go and collect data tomorrow. Right, so I gave them a period of 5 days, 7 days, whatever was feasible for me. And after 7 days, so now the child got some time to assess, now this is happening in my family or not. Okay, this is how it goes. So after that, I went on with my questionnaire. Yes, sure.
So after you did the follow-up, was there any debriefing done with the child? Because now the child is exposed to the fact that there is violence, you know, within his or her parents. So did you do any debriefing for the child?
No. And that is one of the limitations of the study, that it is purely empirical. And when it comes to children, I think as a responsible citizen, it is very necessary for us that when something comes to light in front of us, we must take steps. So that is definitely a valid question.
Any last question, please?
It's just taking over from what she said. That's not an empirical issue, that's an ethical issue.
And that is an
because you
ethical
have
issue.
raised certain issues,
Hmm.
you also need to do a closure. For you, it is
True,
a
ma'am.
research. For the respondent, it is their life.
True, ma'am.
So you need to
Hmm.
look at that.
Yes, agree. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. I congratulate all the presenters that you have really put a lot of effort in presenting your paper, and it's a really good research paper. And judges have already taken decision, and it will be announced at the time of valedictory. Thank you very much for all the audience and the presenters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, judges. May I now request Professor Kavita to give away the certificate to the judges. To Professor Srinivasan. Madam, please. Madam, please. Professor Bula Shekhar. Madam, please. Thank you, madam. No, you be there either way.
Dr. Mangal.
So, Professor Seshadri, please, sir. Thank you. Professor Prabha Unita, sir, please. Mr. Parmasivam, please come. Yes, madam.
Presenters.
No, he was a paper reviewer. Paper reviewer. So thank you, sir. So the next session will continue here. I request the moderator to take up the stage.
Abha Bandopadhyay, welcome you all to the plenary session 3, the first session for the day. And for this, we have with us Dr. Shekhar Sheshadri, former senior professor and advisor Samved, Department of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, NIMHANS, Bangalore. And he would be discussing on application of vulnerability, mental health and rights framework in psychological assessments of children in conflict with the law. We also have with us Amit Kumar Dubey, Cyber Security Advisor, New Delhi, who would be speaking on new age attack vectors and disruptive investigation methods. And the session would be moderated by Dr. Meenakshi Sinha from the National Institute of Criminology and Forensic Science, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India. Dr. Meenakshi Sinha is presently heading the training division of the I4C Cybercrime Coordination Center of the Ministry of Home Affairs, and also is in the Research and Correctional Wing of the BPRD, and is a senior faculty at National Institute of Criminology and Forensic Science, which is now known as the National Forensic Sciences University, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India. She has directed training courses to senior officers from various disciplines, including criminal justice system, including functionaries from the police, the judiciary, and on various other topics of criminology, crime prevention, human rights, and criminal law. Earlier, she was associated as a legal consultant at the National Women's Commission, provided consultancy relating to crime against women like rape, eve teasing, domestic violence, dowry death, dowry harassment, child adoption, child labor, divorce, sexual and mental harassment at workplace. Dr. Meenakshi Sinha has been awarded the ISC Fellowship Award, the Home Ministry's Medal for Excellence in Police Training, ODS Commonwealth Scholarship, and she has published a book on transnational crimes, and there is one which is also in press. And she has many more accolades to her credit, and we are really honored to have her with us moderating the session. I request ma'am to kindly take the stage and introduce all the other two speakers for the plenary session 3. Can we please have a round of applause for ma'am?
So thank you for giving me this opportunity to moderate this session. Now the session is devoted to the cybercrime, new age attack vectors and disruptive investigation method. And for this session, we are going first of all to welcome Dr. Professor Shekhar Sheshadri, who is a child psychologist and a former senior professor of NIMHANS, Bangalore. With 40 years of experience in the field of child mental health, he was part of national deliberations on the POCSO Act 2012 and JJ Act. He is also the advisor to Samvad, a national initiative and integrated resource on child protection, mental health, and psychosocial care under Ministry of Women and Child Development, Government of India. So I invite and welcome Dr. Shekhar, please.
This session, what is the duration of this session?
Yeah, 20 minutes. 20 minutes. You will speak for so just please, Dr. Shekhar, first be seated.
Oh, okay.
I would further like to take this opportunity to invite Shri Amit Dubey, author and national security expert. He is a renowned national security expert and a crime investigator on cyber forensics and ethical hacking to various Indian investigation agencies and police department. He has been invited by Indian Parliament to consult parliamentary standing committees on cyber security issues, a radio host of popular show Hidden Files in FM, a prominent speaker and a renowned name on national and international cybersecurity conferences. He is regularly quoted in Indian print and electronic media. He is also invited by various arms of the Indian government, defense forces to train cyber professionals. A Commonwealth UK Chevening Fellow, Mr. Amit is also an advisory member to various startup boards and security forum. CCN IBN featured him on National Security Expert. He has written books on cybercrime investigation experience and various hidden files and hidden files unlock, Atharva, which includes few of his interesting and thrilling crime cases that he has worked and solved successfully. He is known for his hacking expertise. He holds 19 years of rich experience in telecom and mobile phone software domain with leading telecom MNCs, Samsung, ST Microelectronics, Qualcomm, Tech Mahindra, a BTech in electronics and instrumentation and MTech in telecom system from IIT Kharagpur. Amit is awarded at many international platforms, including prestigious Golden Peacock Award of 2015 at Dubai for Best Innovation of the Year, Leader of Excellence by Women Economic Forum, Aegis Graham Bell Award in 2015 in Cybersecurity, and by Indo-American Chamber of Commerce for Best Innovation for a Smart City. So I invite Mr. Amit Dubey to be here. Mr. Amit Dubey. Now I request her to please first the facilitation and we'll start and then we will start the session.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It is really our honor to have such stalwarts on this plenary session with us. It is indeed our pleasure and privilege. I request Professor Dr. Kavita Singh, the Executive and Working Chairperson for the 43rd All India Criminology Conference, to kindly felicitate our guests. Dr. Sheshadri Shekhar. And all our guests are being felicitated with the Batik Uttorio, which is a local product of West Bengal and also a GI product. And we have, NUJS has purchased all these from the local people of Shantiniketan. So that is something which is a takeaway from the sessions. Amit Kumar Dubey, thank you so much, sir, for taking out time for us despite your busy schedule. And of course, Dr. Meenakshi Sinha. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, without any further delay, we shall progress with the session, and I hand it over to Dr. Meenakshi Sinha.
Since we have given 1 hour's time to conduct this plenary session, oh, no, 20 minutes time is being reduced, keeping in review the last prolonged session. So we are given only 40 minutes time for this plenary session. In this we have got 2 speakers. They both are eminent in their field. So now the time is little reduced. So I humbly seek pardon for this from the speakers. And 40 minutes time can be divided like 15 minutes time to each speaker for speaking, and then 10 minutes time for the discussion and question answer. So first I request Professor Sheshadri, please.
Okay.
Good day, friends. The subject I'm covering is application of vulnerability, mental health, and a rights framework in psycholegal assessments of children in conflict with law. You'd be familiar post-Nirbhaya and the change in the JJ Act, particularly the 16 to 18 heinous crime transfer issue. Let me state my position from Samvad very clearly. No child should be transferred. There is enough provision in the JJ Act through principles of diversion and special placement. This is a controversial issue, but coming from a mental health context, there are pathways to vulnerability that we need to consider. That now, if you look at the mechanisms for juvenile transfer, you know that there are controversial state-led responses to youth offending that. And it raises many questions pertaining to adolescent development, immaturity, and adolescent criminal culpability. So if you apply the principle of proportionality, the seriousness of the offense, and the seriousness of the circumstances that an adolescent comes from, and if you also look at recent scientific changes in the study of the brain, and the adolescent brain in particular, just to give you an example, there are two processes in brain development. One is called synaptic pruning, and the other is called myelination. Synaptic pruning occurs front to back, and myelination occurs back to front, which means that those mechanisms involved principally in impulse control are the last to develop. So maturity is not a birth date that, you know, you're 17 days, 364 days old, and you're celebrating your birthday, you know, 9864, happy birthday, and, you know, overnight you become mature. It doesn't happen that way. And the brain keeps developing till the age of 21, 22. So in India, the legal provisions for legal transfer have been critiqued on the grounds of violating the constitutionally guaranteed right to equality in two ways. One is juvenile transfer does not align with the statutory objectives of the JJ Act, which is essentially a restorative and not a punitive framework. Secondly, the ambiguous statutory construction of juvenile transfer under Section 15, there's scope for excessive discretion and arbitrariness in the absence of clear guidelines. So if you look at juvenile transfer and inclusive child justice, particularly the issue of arbitrariness, what does the Juvenile Justice Act say about juvenile or jurisdictional transfer? Now, Section 15 speaks about three things in the case of the heinous crime, and I won't go into it. Heinous crime is not just rape and murder, it's 40 other offenses defined by those offenses that invite a punishment of 7 years or more. So does the child have the physical and mental capacity? Under what circumstances did the offense take place? And was the child aware of the consequences? And provided that such an assessment, the board takes an assistance of an experienced psychologist. So let me clarify that for purposes of this section, preliminary assessment is not a trial, but it is to assess the capacity for such a child to commit an offense and understand its consequences. So what are the main evaluative criteria in India's mechanism for juvenile transfer? Does the child, so these are the three subsections. Now, how are these criteria interpreted as per the law? There is currently, friends, no statutory guidelines on how these criteria are to be interpreted and applied. So different high courts have interpreted them in different ways. There is thus a need for standardization as subjective interpretations can vary. I have already stated our position. No transfer, no matter what the circumstance. So why develop a methodology given our position? The reason is jurisdictional and juvenile transfer provisions cannot be seen in isolation. Juvenile transfer is part of a continuum of societal response to perceived inadequacies of purely rehabilitative response to juvenile crime. Quote, juvenile crime, unquote. So since jurisdictional transfer is now codified under Section 15 of the JJ Act and has serious ramifications for kids who are in conflict with the law, and what are these ramifications? Essentially, for as long as the law subsists, our contrary and oppositional perspective will not negate its application, leaving only two possible outcomes: unbridled use of discretion in judicial decision-making on transfer, an introduction of systematic approaches to transfer decision making that are based on scientific understanding of adolescent neurodevelopment and vulnerability. So our orientation, from which we developed in NIMHANS and which are codified in Samvad's work now on preliminary assessment, and let's discuss this in a way that does not result in transfer by systematizing decision making and incorporating critical understanding of adolescent development and, more importantly, adverse childhood experiences. So you remember the Supreme Court recently in the Barun Chandra Thakur versus Master Bholu to 2022, the SSC online, key observations of the Honorable Supreme Court. Procedural justice and principles of natural justice, many lapses, including withholding of material on record, only IQ tests considered. So the court ruled that reasonable opportunity to represent the child's case was not afforded. What does the Barun Chandra Thakur versus Master Bholu case further state? It speaks about adolescent neurodevelopment, saying while considering a child as an adult, one needs to look at his or her personal maturity, cognitive skills, and so on. But it goes on to say because of the ability to delay gratification, decision-making, risk-taking, all of which continue till the early 20s, it is all the more important that such assessment is made to distinguish such attributes between a child and an adult. A child with an average intelligence or IQ will have the intellectual knowledge of the consequences, but whether or not he is able to control himself or his actions depend on the level of his emotional competence. This is in para 70. The case further states and records in the Supreme Court order the assessment that we have developed, saying that the guidance notes on the preliminary assessment reports for children in conflict with law developed by the Department of Child Psychiatry in NIMHANS need to be mentioned. And NIMHANS, friends, is a premier institution with which I've had the privilege of being associated for 41 years. I retired last year. And this is stated in para 73 of the Supreme Court order on the basis of the National Law University Odisha's collaboration with UNICEF, which made a detailed study of the practice of preliminary assessment. So taking assistance from mental health professionals, is it mandatory or optional? So if you look at the purpose of the Act and its legislative intent, particularly to ensure the protection of best interests of the child, the expression may in the proviso to section 15 thereof and the requirement of taking assistance of experienced psychologists would operate as mandatory unless the board itself comprises of at least one member who is a practicing professional with a degree in child psychology and psychiatry. Moreover, in case the board, in view of its own composition with at least one member who is a professional, chooses not to take such an assistant, it would record specific reasons thereof. So here is the conceptual framework from a legal and rights-based construct. Children are subjects and not objects of the law. There is the right to participation codified in the UNCRC and indeed India's JJ Act. There is procedural justice, first the quality of decision-making and appreciation of principles, and secondly the quality of treatment of children with respect and dignity. So the conceptual framework therefore is neuroscience perspective, vulnerability, which is adverse childhood experiences. In fact, in the award paper, somebody spoke about adverse childhood trauma, and a rehabilitation restoration imperative. They are not only effective deterrent to crime, because punitive approaches do not really reduce offending. And rehabilitation is predicated on two ideologies. Without equal opportunity, which is the freedom for behavioral transformation, children in conflict with the law cannot be expected to achieve pro-social functioning. Please refer to Amartya Sen's capability theory on capacity building justice. And whether or not transformation can occur can only be determined after adolescents receive opportunities for process-oriented reflection. Now, are these provided in observation homes? The unfortunate truth is not, because observation homes are places of detention. Finally, the assessment for CICL and how we do this is we do a basic psychosocial and mental health assessment, basic information, social history, family arrangements. We look at institutional history, schooling, work experiences, peer influence. We look at the influence of trauma and abuse, of undiagnosed, untreated mental health issues using standardized and validation symptom checklists. We look at history of substance use, particularly important because some of these tools capture information or reasons for use of substances, frequency and the start of the use, so that information can directly be used to develop therapy goals for these kind of kids. And then we assess potential for transformation, which is the child's account for offense, the child's insight, motivation for change, and the kind of skills deficits that the kid may have. And then we make a summary of the intervention plan, which is a care plan, the comment on vulnerability, on pathology, and on consequences. So to cap this, the assessment and methodology is step one, developing a psychosocial and mental health assessment as a base for preliminary assessment, and I've enumerated all this. Second, our interpretation of the 3 subsections under section 15, where mental capacity is concerned, is the child's ability to make social decisions and judgments, because these are critical for executive functions and functioning ability. So we draw on all variables in mental health domain. Our interpretation of circumstances is not the circumstances around the offense, but the life circumstance of the child. Circumstances do not refer merely to the offense, but a cumulative consequence of a whole plethora of stuff that the kid has been dealing with, particularly experiences of vulnerability, of neglect, of abuse, of interpersonal violence and domestic violence that was the subject of the last presentation. And the knowledge of consequences is the child's knowledge and understanding of social or interpersonal and legal consequences of their action. And once this development takes place, the items, the interpretation and reference to relevant sections of the mental health and psychosocial care, this is how we do it. The description and interpretation. Does the kid have locomotor disabilities, sensory disabilities? Does the kid have life skills deficit as defined by the World Health Organization? Are there experiences of adverse childhood, are there adverse childhood experiences? Has the kid experienced trauma, whether due to death, loss, grief, leading to children then developing mental health problems and personal boundary issues and therefore poor decision making? Continuing, if you look at internalizing disorders like anxiety or externalizing like attention deficit hyperactivity, these are all disorders that act as pathways towards poor decision making and vulnerability to peer pressure, including what happens when poor social decisions are made in a state of intoxication, and children with intellectual disability who of course do not have the necessary cognitive skills for appropriate social judgment. And if you look at circumstances, the kids' living arrangements, school, education, the worst thing you can, let's get back to Nirbhaya. The kid in Nirbhaya was the cruelest of the lot. Is that the truth? Or was it a trial by media? It has now been proved that is not the case. That he lived in a place 80 kilometers outside of Delhi with one mentally ill, dysfunctional, untreated parent, is that the truth? That he was in school, he had ADHD, he had a learning issue, he was punished by the teacher, dropped out of school. Is that the truth? That he came to Delhi to supply money to the family, regular contact with the family till 4 months before the Nirbhaya episode. Is that the truth? That he was befriended by a group of people running this transport business, lost contact with the family. Is that the truth? The question, friends, is where was the Juvenile Justice Act when this kid was in need of care and protection? Every child in conflict with law is, was, and continues to be a child in need of care and protection. So if you ask the question, why was the JJ Act changed? People will say women's safety, legitimate, we feel very strongly about it. The truth, and a gobsmacking truth, is the JJ Act was changed because a teacher punished a child. If this teacher had not hit the child, he would have never dropped out of school. He would have never come to Delhi. His role in this incident would not have taken place. Will episodes of violence take place? Perhaps they will. That's the default mode of human beings. Conflict, war, armamentarium, countries spending crores of money in technology of armamentarium. This is the bitter truth that. But he would not have been involved in this case, and the act would not have changed that. So all this stuff, child labor, this guy, he was working and sending money home, experiences of abuse and trauma. And what knowledge did he have? His sense of empathy, understanding of his actions as a boundary violation and so on. And when we make all these observations in our report and then present our recommendations on placement, on education, on referral to tertiary care, this is what constitutes our position on Section 15 and the JJ Act, which has now been mandated by the Supreme Court. Finally, and to conclude, this is a definitive publication in Innovations in Global Mental Health, which is a Springer publication on navigating the juvenile transfer laws and the application of vulnerability on psycholegal assessments of children. The nimhanschildprotect.in is our website, where we have a monograph which all of you can refer to. Our material is in public domain and free access because we don't believe in copyright. We believe in copy left or copy left, right and center. There is no point in developing material and holding on to it. Please use it, send it, adapt it, just acknowledge us that. So our psychosocial mental health assessments for CICL and preliminary assessment is given in this website. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Seshadri, for presenting such a comprehensive viewpoint and your paper on this child rating issues. I am very happy that you have concluded in very limited time. Thank you so much. And knowledge given by you in your presentation is really very useful. Like you see the assessment and how a child should be assessed and his psychosocial condition and all those things you have presented very well. Now I will invite another speaker, Shri Amit Kumar Dubey. His topic is altogether different, which is cyber related issue. So I request him, and after both the speakers finish their presentation, we will invite the question answer for both the speakers.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you so much. And good afternoon, everyone. अच्छा फुल स्क्रीन कर रहा हूँ. Jai Hind. So first of all, as I was introduced that I'm a crime investigator, so my job is to catch criminals. And I'll just tell one such a story because we have a limited time. So I've been solving crime cases since 14, 15 years now with all law enforcement agencies. And I have learned, whatever I have learned through criminals. And I truly believe that the criminals are innovators. They always teach us. So I have the best learning through them. And I like to start my session with this line, that I would love to change the world. क्यों hang हो गया? But they won't give me the source code. So I truly believe that this entire world is a software program. And we all humans are like artificial intelligence plugins. We all know about AI, right? AI has been used in many, many things now. So basically, there is a software program. We provide lots of data to that software, and eventually that software becomes intelligent. It starts recognizing things. It starts understanding things. It starts taking decisions. And so, very similarly, our mind behaves in a very similar pattern. So we are the product of the data that has been fed to us since our birth. Since our birth, whatever information we have been consuming through our parents, teachers, books, nowadays social media, internet, we are the product of the data. This is very, very important because every criminal that I have caught because of this simple thumb rule, that you are not the person that you show. You are the product of the data that has been fed to you. So you are different. And to reach to real you is really interesting. So you all have mobile phones. We'll do an exercise. You open your phone and just type this simple link in your browser. What you have to do? You have to type privacy.net/analyzer. अपना mobile खोलें, browser launch करें, and just type this privacy.net/analyzer. Once I type this link, it will give you a button called Start Test button. And the moment you click that Start Test button, no, I have my. मुझे बस 1 सेकंड के लिए चाहिए, वो आप दे दो या मैं दे दूं, बात बराबर ही है. आप दोगे? I think it's there. It should come. Okay. Yes, thank you. Is it okay? You did it? Yes or no? Just be a little louder. There is a Start Test button. Just click on that button. It will start showing you the information which I can steal from your mobile phone on a single click. I'll send you a link, and this all information I can capture from your device. And this is a link which I have not created. This is an open link created by somebody else. If I'll create that link, that I can steal almost 10 times of the information which has been shown on the screen. So there is an IP address. If I know your IP address, I can create your Kundali. Your in and out, everything. Then my location, why it is showing my location Delhi? Because I'm using a VPN. Many of the software in my laptop does not work if I'm outside Delhi. They'll work only if I'm in Delhi. So what do? I use a VPN and I show myself that I'm always in Delhi. So if somebody will try to catch me, they can never. Second, my Vodafone, the SIM card that I'm using is from Hutchinson Max, which is Vodafone. And then I'm using a laptop, mobile phone, Mac, Windows, iPhone, Android, what? So I'm using a laptop with a Windows operating system. My browser version is 108. My resolution is 1366 by 768. My laptop is just 37% charged. And this is just the 2% information which I can capture on a single click. Every day, you will be receiving so many links, so many URLs, and you keep on clicking them. And we are stealing information. We are taking so much information about you from the device. And that's all is actually helping us to create an attack vectors against you. If I need to hack you, and if I know so much about you, I can easily manipulate your mind because the source of the information I know. So the data is also controlled by me, and I can control your mind. And that's what I'll show you here in next 2-3 minutes. Just 3-4 weeks back, Honorable Chief Minister of UP, his Twitter account was hacked. I got a call from Chief Secretary that, Amit, Twitter hack ho gaya. Just recover it. It's at 11:20 p.m. in the night. It took us 15 minutes to recover the Twitter handle. And there were so many posts related to Bitcoin related, or the profile picture was changed to some animal picture and something. But then the point was, how was it hacked? The person who was managing it, what did he do? And then I started the investigation and I found that the person who was managing it, he was using the Twitter handle through his laptop, and his browser version was 98. So how many of you got this browser version below 100? Any one of you? If your browser version is less than 100, you are vulnerable to a very critical weakness which is called session hijacking. I can log into all those accounts, those are logged in through your browser in your laptop, from my laptop, without knowing your password. I don't know your password, but if you click my link, all these Twitter, Facebook, Gmail, everything will be logged in as it is from my laptop. And I can post on your behalf, I can change settings, I can do anything, whatever you could do. So these are the small things which I sense first, and then I start creating the attack vectors, what I could do. If your battery is charged just 37%, suppose your kid is playing a game, Roblox game, which is a multiplayer game, and suddenly he receives a link. And the link, once he clicks his link, the other person says, oh, you are in Kolkata. Your mobile is just 27% charged. Why don't you charge it a little bit? What will be the reaction of your kid? He'll be conscious. He'll be curious. How would he know about my location? How would he know about my battery status? And then we start engage in that communication. That all start with any kind of child grooming cases today. The biggest vulnerability of a human being which is getting exploited today is what? What is the biggest weakness of a human being? One, curiosity. It's not kam, krodh, lobh, moh, bhayankar. It's little beyond that. Curiosity, right? We all know about these 5 human vulnerabilities. The lust, greed, anger, or what else? Affection, and is fear. But then beyond that, there is one more critical vulnerability which is called curiosity. And nowadays, when you see reels on your mobile phones, we all exploit your curiosity. The first 10 seconds of every reel would be, do you know about this place where we found this animals? And you get curious. Oh, I need to know. How can I be without knowing it? And you start looking at every those reels and you pass hours and hours. I'm exploiting your brain, exploiting your curiosity, right? So try to understand, and if you will just test this link later on, there are so many other tests: autofill leak test, user account test, browser capability test, fingerprint. And you will get so much data about yourself. You will be surprised. And now I'll be taking you through a story because we have a limited time. Otherwise, I would have surprised you on my own. So there was a case, letter bomb investigation, very interesting case. I was in Denmark, I got a call from a minister, and I'll not reveal the real name, locations, places, but you will understand the way we can use this data to trace out the criminals. So there was a case, I got a call from a minister from India, and I was in Denmark. He said, Amit, a letter is getting viral against me, and there are 15, 16 corruption charges, and I have not done those corruption. And somebody is doing this conspiracy against me. Can you please find that person? And it was everywhere. It was on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, WhatsApp, everywhere. Normally, what is the reaction of a police in this situation? They can't do anything. The letter is already there. How would they know that who has started it? Such a blind case can be solved easily with little data analysis. So I said, okay, sir, I'm outside, but I can see through the Facebook data. I started the Facebook analysis. I used some tools, sentiment analysis tool. And I was actually looking at all those posts, those were writing against this minister continuously since last 1 month, which is negative posts. And there were many people those were writing abusively about this minister. And then I also noticed that many people, those are liking it, commenting it, sharing it, belongs to his own party. Now that was strange. So I called this minister, sir, काफी लोग तो आप ही के party के. He said, yes, I know. You need to find the person. I said, okay, sir. So I start dumping all those people profile in an Excel sheet. Those were liking, commenting, sharing, and they belong to his own party. I found 527 profiles on Facebook. And the next step was to find the location from where this all started. If I need to plan a conspiracy against Mr. Seshadri, I cannot engage people from Korea, Romania, America. The ideal process is that we'll have some trustworthy people at a location. We'll start discussing about it. We'll start that conspiracy and the others would join eventually. So the key is from where it started. I started analyzing the Facebook location details and I found 145 profiles belongs to the same location, which is called Dharampur. Of course, I have changed the location. But if you do Googling, you will find the real case and real names. So I found the location. Now, who started it? So out of these 145 profiles, who are the leaders? Because normally leaders do the conspiracy. Clear? Those have 5,000 friends on Facebook profile or have lakhs and lakhs of followers on Facebook pages. So out of 145 profiles, I found 17 profiles. Those have many, many friends on their so-called popular people. And out of the 17 profiles, my intention was to know that who was the person who was the senior most. Like those have held some position in the party earlier, president, vice president, secretary, or ex-ministers or something. I got 3 profiles. And I shared those 3 profiles with the SP, superintendent of police. And I said, sir, mera doubt is par hai, please check. He said, are you sure? No, sir, I'm not sure. This is just data analysis. It could go wrong because many of the time, politicians, social media is handled by their members of the party. So you please do your own investigation. He was under pressure. He was under huge pressure. He had some his own inputs. He arrested one person next day. I found it on Google. Ex-minister arrested. And मैंने अपना सर पीट लिया. मैंने कहा ये मरवाएगा. थोड़ी देर बाद कॉल आ गया. SP साहब, Amit, what happened? Oh, we arrested that person based on input and we found that his laptop is formatted and his mobile is formatted. Now we don't have any evidence against him. And we are on back foot because we have arrested our own party member. Now what to do? How can we defend this? Because we can't show this analysis to the court. Court will laugh on us that what is this data you used? I said, okay, sir, relax. If his mobile phone is formatted and laptop is formatted, it shows 2 things. One, that somebody from your department would have informed him that he is going to be arrested. Otherwise, formatting laptop and mobile phone is not a usual practical thing which we do every day. It is rare of the rarest activity. It means somebody would have informed. And whoever has informed him, he would have informed him on WhatsApp call, not normal call. I said, yes. Second, he surely has some engagement with this conspiracy, otherwise why would he do this? मैंने कहा क्या करें? मैंने कहा give me, because I'm coming back on weekend, I'll come and I'll do it myself, because if I'll reveal any of my strategy, you will disclose it and eventually the person will take the precautions. So I came back, they sent me a helicopter, I went to that location, and the very first thing that we do as an investigator to recover the deleted content. We all know, I'll tell you 100 of tools. I have another session after 1 hour, and I'll show you some tools over there. So once I recovered the deleted content, I found all those files with 15 corruption charges, 16 corruption charges. But having those files in your mobile phone and laptop is not a sufficient proof. Because the person can always say, I received those files, I deleted it, I did not make it viral. You need to prove that this person has created it and made it viral. And now see how it happens. Just with simple data analysis and you will prove everything. So the very next thing which I did, I started analyzing his CDR. How many of you know about call data records? Very good. So you know Crime Patrol, Saudhan India, everything. So I started analyzing CDR. CDR is called data record. And my intention was to just look at the OTPs. Learning one. Always analyze the OTPs. Without OTPs, आज तक कुछ होता ही नहीं है. हर चीज के लिए तो OTP आता है. So I got an OTP at 11 a.m. in the morning. WhatsApp OTP. On the date when he was arrested at 3 p.m. in the afternoon. तो सुबह 11 बजे भाई साहब ने 11 बजे से पहले ही formatted his mobile phone laptop and then deleted the backup from the cloud, reinstalled the WhatsApp to make sure that nothing is popping up back from the backup, and he wanted to be very, very clean. So that was clear that he installed it at 11 a.m. in the morning, which means somebody would have informed him before 11 a.m. So I got the window, 9, 10, 8, 7. This is the time when he was informed on WhatsApp. Right? Not on normal call. Now how did we trace the WhatsApp call? His WhatsApp is deleted. But the other person who has informed him may not have deleted his WhatsApp. Now how should we reach to him? Very simple. I started analyzing his again CDR and I found that who are the people to whom he communicates every day frequently? Every day, 4-5 times. Kin kin ko ye baat karte hain? We got 12 people. Those are very close to him. And I got, okay, there is the one more interesting thing which is called IPDR, IP data record. How many of you know about IPDR? Nobody? Because ये crime patrol में नहीं बताया जाता. So your knowledge is limited to Saudhan India and crime patrol. So IPDR is IP data record. Whatever you do on internet, it is all recorded. Even if you are clicking anything, Facebook data ले रहा है, Google ले रहा है, that all we know. But beyond that, even operator is recording everything. That data is called IPDR, IP data record, which is very, very useful. So I got the data of IPDR data of that person. And there I found that there is a WhatsApp audio call from 9 to 9:05 a.m. in the morning. जो minister को arrest कर लिया है, he had a WhatsApp audio call. So we got just this data, कि he had made an audio call or received an audio call, but to whom, which is not clear. वहाँ तक पहुँचना है अभी. So which means he received a WhatsApp audio call at 9 to 9:05. There were 2 calls actually. But who called him? So I got the IPDR of all those 12 people, those who were frequently communicating with him, and checked that if they had any 9 to 9:05 WhatsApp audio call in their IPDR. I found one such IPDR who had 2 WhatsApp audio call at the same time. So if my phone has his number, Professor Ankit's number is stored in my phone, and my number is stored in Professor Ankit's phone, and then in our both IPDRs, we had a WhatsApp audio call from 2 to 2:15, which means we two were communicating with each other. So this is the simple way we take the WhatsApp call register details, which is otherwise not available. Simple data analysis, right? Is it rocket science? No. So we got that other number is his driver's number. We got hold of that driver's mobile phone. And on this driver's mobile phone, there was a call received on WhatsApp before 9 a.m. from a police officer. So the driver was acting his mediator. He was also a social media manager. And in his phone, we got all the messages from his ex-minister that make it viral, add this charge also, ye bhi evidence le lo, ye bhi dal do. So many instructions he made to his driver to actually create this conspiracy. So a case which was so blind could have been solved with simple data analysis. That was something which I wanted to show you today. Thank you so much. It was lovely talking to you.
Thank you, Shri Amit Kumar Dubey ji, for telling us about how the data record and how an investigation can be done in a very brief manner. So thank you so much. Now I invite the questions from the other part of the dais. Yes. Yes, please.
Sir, it is the question. Are you able to hear me? I'm Dr. Jain from ICFA University. It's the first question to the first presenter, sir. So the Nimans report has been prepared by the person and it has been presented to the court. Is it right, sir?
It is it's a mechanism by which either the JJB members or anyone whose assistance that they seek basically apply that methodology in order to provide the JJB the preliminary assessment report as mandated, on the basis of which the JJB takes a decision.
So my question to you is that, sir, how is the court going to interpret that particular data, especially when
the interpretation is clearly given as part of the report. Because of pressures of time, sir, I was not able to get into the last section. One of the issues that have often come when we did this work was two. One is self-incrimination and right to appeal. If you look at the caveat of what I said, till such times that the law changes, this law is there to, and people will continue to do this preliminary assessment in whimsical and arbitrary ways.
Okay.
We've had one-line assessments also with untrained people. Preliminary assessment done, child is capable. What is the meaning of this kind of a report that? The preliminary report that assessment format that we've developed does not refer to the offense at all. It refers to circumstances, to pathways of vulnerability, with a clear recommendation that this child requires mental health intervention. This child has serious ADHD which is untreated. This child comes from brutal circumstances of trauma, and trauma-focused work needs to be done. So that's the way that the recommendation is present, to basically retain the child within the JJ system in a place of safety or through processes of diversion. That's how we do it, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
May I please?
Hello, good afternoon to everybody. To Dr. Sinha, to Dr. Dubey, and Dr. Sheshadri. I am Professor Arulpradhan Bandopadhyay from Calcutta University, Department of Anthropology. I have very much interest on this criminology and other kind of thing, and you can understand that anthropology is dealing with the human. Now, this is not really the question. I would like to make some kind of supplementation. The supplementation is this. You have rightly said about the ADHD. Right, so ADHD, and I feel that you can think of that any kind of character in the human is coming from the genetics. Now, in the human evolution, ADHD really supported some kind of things, because you can think of that when we have been in hunting gather and we have been sitting around in a small places and making some experiences, the person who has the ADHD is not really sitting and listening everything very clearly. This person is hyperactive, is going everywhere. So that this first person have seen the predators, right? So they saved us. So still now ADHD is there. And there are some kind of things I'm talking about. The neurodevelopment we are working on, since the neurodevelopment and the fingerprints are coming from the same area. So fingerprint is not for the forensic only, but this neurodevelopment has to do with the fingerprints because we are working with schizophrenia, we are working with autism. So these are the things that can have a prognostic value, not only the biometry, prognostic value. And the second point is, so that's why I'm telling you, I always embrace the neurodiversity. Because likewise, your morphological diversity, neurodiversity is also very much important. And in case of the autism, these people are so naive. These people can remember a lot of things. You cannot imagine this autism because I have some connections in the autism management center. And next I'm talking about the curiosity. This is really interesting fact, the curiosity. And if you think that as the human evolution right now, if there was no curiosity, we could have not been here. And also the curiosity started from the people who were the globetrotters. You know, the curiosity where the area is there, where the whole thing. So I feel the curiosity is making some problem to us, but the curiosity takes us over here. So as a student of anthropology, I really having some kind of interest. Although I don't know about what you talked about, the Syria, IPDA, I will try. I do not know whether my computer will be hacked or no. Not, I don't know, but I will definitely ask you people before I do that one. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Yeah, there is a hand there. You know, it suddenly struck me that, you know, when I studied in Maulana Azad Medical College, 2 batches before us and 2 batches after us, no girl students were admitted. And we have a WhatsApp group consisting of this rather frustrated bunch of people where they post all kinds of stuff, and suddenly I'm wondering that people know, you know, what kind of stuff we look at on our social media sites. Oh my gosh.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Raj Kapil. I am serving as assistant professor in DG Vaishnav College in Chennai. My question is to Sri Amit sir. I think of course, it is inevitable to have cyber security professionals or cyber forensic experts in assisting investigation. How far are we into the state investigating units in recruiting them, in utilizing their services? And do we have statutory backing so that to support evidence to incriminate those persons? And in your understanding and experience, which state in India is performing or leading in this regard?
Thank you for asking this question. And because Dr. Sheshadri has mentioned one point, I'll give you one more exercise. Just open the Play Store in your phone and search Facebook. Go to the Facebook app. It will give you the Facebook app. And then inside that, it will show you what all data the Facebook collects. Just go to that section, and then you will see in detail that they take your political opinion as well. They have clearly written it. So when you see it on television and discussions that, okay, they are capturing this, you may think, okay, broadly they may be knowing it. No, they know exactly. Because they write it in their description that we take the exact political opinion. So they can decide to whom what kind of content they should show. That's what they do it in political campaigns. We should at least know about it, that they read our psychology, they read our vulnerabilities, they read our mental aspirations, and they eventually, with more use of AI, they'll be able to predict that within the next 2 weeks, what are you going to do, or what are you going to purchase, or what will be your priorities. All these things are so common. Now coming back to this question, there are huge requirement of resources in every sector. I get loads of such requests from CBI, from IB, from all departments, even NIA, that provide us some experts. And there are very good salary packages that they have made, like what beyond you can expect. They are offering any amount of money. If you are really good, money is not a constraint for them. And they have taken special approvals, so dark web investigation, cryptocurrency investigations, even this recent AIMS investigation, I engaged few people from my team only. So this requirement is always there. And there is a legal backup, sort of empowerment also, because you can provide 65B evidence certificate that will be admissible in the court. So now if I give that certificate, because of my reputation probably and because of my ethical nature, it is treated on a top list priority when any judge, because I've been training judges also. They understand that if I have written something with logics and evidences, facts, nobody can counter it easily. So that sort of value you get, the respect and the value, which is beyond money. So the point is that there are huge opportunities in government as well as in corporate. So after this data privacy bill, which will be passed in this session, is already under discussion, there will be huge loads of requirements by corporate sector as well. That they need investigator, they need people those could collect evidences, and every day they are facing frauds and all kind of IT frauds and crimes inside their organization. So they hardly go to police because police cannot investigate it properly. So they try to do it on their own first and managing it somehow. I think the future is bright.
I would like to, just I'm giving you the chance. As Mr. Amit said that we will be needing a lot of technical experts to investigate the cases relating to cybercrime of its various aspects. I do agree with this, that being sitting at the I4C, which is the government's cybercrime coordination division, we keep on receiving lot of cases and then we are coordinating with the police and all. Yes, experts are required, but actually the experts should have real interest and dedication to investigate the crime. Because when you take up the investigation of a cyber crime cases, this is very technical investigation. And you can't say that this is 6 o'clock, my office hours are over, and I'm closing the file. No. It continues day and night. Only then you can come to a conclusion. Lot of transnational issues are involved. Persons sitting in UK may hack easily the website of Indian government, like that you see. So obtaining data and all those things are really difficult. But yes, there is no, and the police is also, we can't say that the police is not able to do the investigation. Yes, technical experts are an add to police to investigate the cybercrime cases, but investigation is the job of police. So the report, unless and until the police is not conducting the investigation, the charge sheet cannot be submitted to the court of law and that cannot be made admissible. So that's how the technical experts are there and they can be an add to investigation to the police. So please develop that sense of dedication and expertise. There is no dearth of job in this area. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm Sukhendu Samajdar from Maulana Abul Kalam Azad University of Technology. I would like to take just 1 minute to express my appreciation for the unequivocal stance that Professor Seshadri took, saying his position. It reminds me of a story, a real-life story about economists. Actually, the US presidents, all the presidents and heads have economic advisors. So whenever Mr. Truman, he asked an economist for an advice, that the economist would say, oh, well, Mr. President, you can, on one hand, you can do this, on the other hand. So there is this, Mr. Truman was looking for an one-handed economist. So it is not that equivocation is not just limited to the profession of economics. Legal profession is not immune to that as well. So I appreciate making it very clear. Also, I appreciate your position on not keeping any copyright for name hands. Finally, this neuroscience is a very complicated, complex subject. It is very hard for lay intelligent people to understand it. However, as you have pointed out, especially the prefrontal cortex, it takes a long time to mature. And a book, a knowledgeable but rather accessible book that I got a lot of help from is called Behave, written by Robert Sapolsky. The subtitle is The Biology of Our Humans at Their Best and Worst. So I thought I shared that with you, those of us who are interested, who are not neurologists but would like to know how the brain develops. That's a good reference. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Manaswita, a practicing advocate. My question is to Sheshadri sir. Sir, you said that in rehabilitation centers, there is still no implementation of psychological factors in the rehabilitation process of the children in conflict with law. Is the government taking any steps at all? And should they implement specialized, personalized plans for these children based on their psychological condition?
All these homes are basically run by state governments. They come under the administration of the state government. Certain directives may come from the central government, but it is incumbent on the state governments to basically, run these centers. So state governments differ, and I'd just like to give you two examples. One where I will name the state, and another where I will not name the state. And this is not just about observation homes. This is about all childcare institutions which are state-runs. Let me framework this response. I don't travel extensively. The truth about academic institutions is that those who work more and more, and those who don't do collaborative research and travel abroad. So I have not traveled much, but I did travel to Norway once, and their state-run welfare facilities are 5-star. They are 5-star. Not our state-run welfare facilities, which are paternalistic. So there is a state in which there is a 0 to 6 childcare institution in Telangana. Ma'am, you can eat off the floor. It is that well run. You can eat off the floor. And it is one of the happiest institutions that I have seen. On the other hand, if you look at institutions for children with intellectual disability and institutions for children between 0 to 6, they are the worst run. The boys' home, the girls' home, runaway boys, child labor, trafficking. A kid may tell the staff of the institution, ki bhat acha nahi hai. And it's quite possible that the staff may say, abhi chup rahe, tere ko biryani khana kya? But at least he raises his voice. But 0 to 6 in intellectual disability, they do not have a voice. In this particular state, in the home for boys with disability, there was a 15 feet by 20 feet space, sloping, with a drainage at either end, where these kids with severe intellectual disability, some with locomotor disability, would crawl to basically urinate and defecate, and every half an hour it would be hosed down. Guess what was next to this facility? The kitchen. And when I visited it, I said, kar kya rahe ho yaar? They said it's an old construction. I said, build a wall. Give the entrance to the kitchen from somewhere else. That just because they have severe intellectual disability does not mean that they cannot be given the dignity, that they have a sentience. So the process of change and the winds of change have started because the whole agenda of child rights advocacy, in fact, the National Forensic Sciences University, which both Beulah and I have the pleasure of representing, is seriously considering setting up a center for child rights advocacy, which will look at issues like this. So it varies, ma'am, across states. In some states, they've really done well, and many NGOs run place of safety where they do remarkable work in the whole restorative, rehabilitative, reformative process. In the spirit of the very old black and white film of V. Shantaram called Do Aankhein Bara Haath, where he takes six hardened criminals in an open jail context, and of course they are provocative and "Ae Malik Tere Bande Hum," that film. And of course he dies in the end, this jailer, and the last scene is when these guys see his eyes in the cloud. It's a very evocative film, that Do Aankhein Bara Haath. So it's possible that if you look at observation homes not at places of detention, but as places of transformation, and places where these kids are given the opportunity to, for reflectiveness, the opportunity to develop skills, the opportunity to develop empathy, which has hitherto been lacking for the processes that our friend from anthropology, referred to in this remarkable share that he did. So thank you very much for raising this, because
Sir, I have another question. What is your thought on involving NGOs in these institutions?
no, NGOs are already involved in a very significant and serious ways. A lot of the advocacy on, for example, on consenting adolescent sexual relationships, and in the recently concluded Supreme Court stakeholders meeting of the JJ Committee of the Supreme Court on 10th and 11th of this month in Delhi, in the premises of the Supreme Court additional complex, one of the major things that was presented was an NGO-mediated study on not criminalizing consenting adolescent sexual relationships. That we need to look at adolescent sexuality from a rights-based perspective, and to take a balanced approach. There is work being done, but to institutionalize the state and NGO relationship in a manner that we support the transformation and the potential, the remarkable potential that youth have in forming the fabric of this country is something that I think is a path that has already started. It has been initiated. But we are a big country. We are 29 plus states, and with varied terrain and varied cultures and so on. And the whole culture of how the adult world looks at children. Unfortunately, adults' relationship with children is constructed on a culture of instruction, expectation, control, and obedience, not on a culture of conversations. So it's time that in these kind of fora and the discussions that we have, we look at this completely from a child rights advocacy approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So with this, I think the time is over. It's 12:15 and I have been given the time till 12:15. So one last question we can entertain, not beyond that. It's a humble request. Then over the cup of the tea, we can have a discussion. Oh, yes. During the lunch, you can do that.
So, Dr. Shekhar, one last question. I'm a lawyer practicing in Delhi on criminal side. So what I usually see is in POCSO, the cases, it is regarding the intellectual capacity and the emotional capacity of a girl witness, usually girls witness, coming and deposing against their own family members and even their dads. So shouldn't there be a psych eval or a psychological examination to be conducted prior to the evidence which is taken in court and taken like as a gospel truth? Because most of the times the women of NGOs are involved in tampering with them and in tutoring them, because we see, for example, there was one case in which a 6-year-old girl could say what is a digital clock and what is a analog clock. In her 164 statement, I read that the clock was analog. Now, it is not possible for a 6 to 8-year-old kid coming from a rural background studying in Hindi medium to know what is an analog clock. So these type of things we come up with and we say that this is a tutored thing. Now, of course, if we tell the judge that this is tutored based on the word analog, they won't this thing. Plus, the judges are like, okay, it's an 8-year-old kid, so everything goes out of the window. No logic, no observation, no examination. So they are emotionally impacted just by the age, which I see almost on like every day, every week. So shouldn't there be a psych eval, like a question, like this thing?
So let me put it very simply. In the website that I referred to, nimhanschildprotect.in, we have another manual called Developmental and Mental Health Implications of Evidence Gathering under POCSO. And to basically cap this issue to the question that you're raising, when the Muzaffarpur childcare institution case took place, the Supreme Court took the case away from Bihar Police and handed it over to CBI and passed an instruction and an order to us to assist the CBI in the investigation. And my team was in Muzaffarpur among the 47 girls. What was done was exactly what you're saying, that a psych assessment. And out of the 47, only 22 were actually capable of giving evidence, because the rest had hearing and speech deficits, or they had intellectual disability, or they had severe mental illness there. We submitted a 150-page report which was filed along with the charge sheet. And once the charges were framed, the case was shifted to special court in Saket in Delhi.
Saket,
and the girls were shifted from Patna to Delhi in a bus with armed escort at either end. I was a prosecution witness. There were 22 defense lawyers because there were 22 accused. And the direct and cross went on for 3 days. And as you know, the judgment came in December of 2019 and the sentencing in January of 2020. And 7 people were sentenced to life for the rest of their life. The special PP from CPI actually argued for death sentence for the main accused, Brajesh Thakur. But that's a controversial, I won't go into our ideologies on death sentence.
It's very rare.
So please look at developmental and mental health implications of evidence gathering under POCSO, one of the manuals which is there in our website, and which is what is now followed as the standard practice in assisting a child through court processes. We've written a lot there on the difference between preparation and tutoring.
Correct.
Some point later, I will also send you a paper that we have written on court prep out of the outcome of our experience in assisting in the Muzaffarpur case.
So because what happens is that when a case is registered, the FIR is there, and that's fine.
Yeah, so I think this is the time. The time is over, so we have to conclude. And my thanks are to Dr. Shekhar Seshadri for briefing us in a very simple language and in a very less time about the modality to assess the child's socio-psychological, anthropological, and other background and antecedents before transferring him for under 1615 of the GJ Act. Thank you, Dr. Seshadri, for this. And I am equally thankful to Shri Amit Kumar Dubey, who has very briefly informed that what are the issues involved in cybercrime cases, what are the technicalities involved, and how, with the help of an example, he explained the procedure in a very technicalities in very simple manner. So thank you, Amit ji. And with this, I thank both the speakers and to all the delegates for raising important questions and making our session interactive. Thank you all, and I give the...
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you to the panelists. I must, before going into the closing of this plenary session, I must confess that being in the organizing committee, we always miss out on most of the interactions that happen. And the last 10 minutes that I was here, I could completely grasp and understand the kind of discussion that we had in this session. And being in the organizing committee, I so regret that I couldn't listen to these two stalwarts. But because of that, we have that recording that's happening, and we are live. We are broadcasting live on our YouTube channel, so I hope I can catch up on that. But thank you so much to the three of you for being with us and giving your precious time. Thank you so very much. And I would now request our organizing secretary, Dr. Sarfraz Ahmed Khan, to kindly give away the certificates, the bare minimum that we can do for all that you have done for us and sharing such insights with all of us. Thank you so much. Shekhar Seshadri sir, Amit Kumar Dubey, and Meenakshi Sinha. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now there's a little bit of an announcement. So we are now breaking for lunch. Lunch will take place in the quadrangle downstairs. For the resource persons, the liaisons will be taking you to the respective room where you are supposed to have lunch. So please bear with us, the others, the presenters. Your lunch will be in the quadrangle. After that, we will be beginning with all the parallel sessions. And this is important because as per the schedule, we had pre-lunch parallel sessions and post-lunch parallel sessions, but because of the time constraints, we will be having all the sessions together. The following rooms or session numbers will be in the room numbers that I am announcing now. Sir, ma'am, you can please leave if you want. Session number 9A, which is being chaired by Justice Shogato Majumdar. Session number 9A, which is being chaired by Justice Shogato Majumdar as the chairperson, will take place in room number 221. 9A in 221. 9B, which is the chairperson is Justice Ajay Kumar Mukherjee. 9B will be in room number 222. 9C, which is being chaired by Dr. B.B. Pandey, will be in room number 227. So 9A in 221, 9B in 222, 9C in 227